things, I'd like you to also note that today will be a time when new innovations, new ideas will come out. And then when they come, we implore you to please add them to whatever experience and knowledge that you have. And also, thoughtfully, this would impact to your growth going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any further time, without any further ado, I'd like everyone to please be upstanding this minute, just to be sure, the media, are we on track? All right, thank you. Just to be sure, ladies and gentlemen, it is very imperative this minute that we please be on our feet, even as we begin with the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we be upstanding? Thank you very much. May we please have the national anthem of Nigeria. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be you and have your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. We'd like to say welcome to all of our keynote speakers. Check. All right. Thank you. We'd like to also understand that we have our German delegates here with us. And I think it will be also very much important that we have the German anthem very correctly. So please do us this honor this minute, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please be upstanding one more time, even as we take the German national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please have your seats. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We'd like to welcome everyone from every part of the country that made our time to be here today. Also, we'd like to recognize and welcome all persons and companies from Germany, from Austria, from Switzerland, and also from other countries that are also participating in this conference today. Also note that this is a trade fair and also a conference. Very much important. So much exhibitions will be going on at the rear. At a point at this conference, we'll be given opportunity to go around and then see what we have open to us. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, this conference is to ensure that we have proper idea and also gain so much insight and see so much innovations and also see various technologies that are being put in place to ensure that our economy gets better. We have associates that are here with us from the Lagos State government. Thank you so much for coming. We have captains of industries, parastatals, heads of agencies and parastatals that are here. Thank you so much for making out time from your schedule to be here celebrating and also being part of us today. To have the welcome address, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be welcoming and bringing on stage. And as I do, please do them the honor by putting your hands together for them while they come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, first off, I'd like to welcome the delegation of German industry and commerce in Nigeria. Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Bastian Lisba. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward.
Long walk. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow guests, fellow colleagues. Please. So it's working. Okay, then I will give this back to you. Okay, let's start again. Good morning. Please let me welcome you to the 12th edition of the West African Clean Energy and Environment Trade Fair and Conference. My name is Bastian Litzbar, and I am the new delegate of the German Delegation of Industry and Commerce as of October 1st of this year. It is a great honor for me to welcome all of you to this event, and I would like to especially acknowledge the following distinguished guests. The Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Shehu Aliyu Shinkafi. The Lagos State Government, represented by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and the Ministry of Environmental and Water Resources. The Ocean State Government, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Energy, Honorable Adeyemo Festus. Dr. Muyawiya Vadegesin, Managing Director of the Lagos Waste Management Authority. Dr. Babatunde Ajayi, Managing Director of the Lagos State Environment Protection Agency. His Excellency Bert Börner, Consul General of Germany to Lagos. Her Excellency Samantha Bukhari, Consul General of Ghana in Lagos, and His Excellency Frank Ekman, Consul General of Switzerland in Lagos. WACEE'24 is dedicated to advancing sustainability and stimulating investments in the green economy. Under the theme Sustainability Showcase, Stimulating Green Economy Investments, WACEE'24 will serve as a dynamic platform where innovation, collaboration, and action converge to address pressing environmental challenges in West Africa and beyond to foster economic growth. A forum like this would of course not be possible without the strong support of our governments, but most of all the companies that actively participate and commit to the partnership between our countries. Which is why I want to take the opportunity to thank all of you for supporting this event. Starting with Unter Shredding Company, Zoomlion Ghana and Nigeria, IAF Consulting Engineers, Osberger GmbH, Neumann & Esser GmbH, Lagos Continental Hotel, and Germany Trade and Invest. I would also like to extend our gratitude to the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action and the Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce for their support. And finally, a big thank you to our 14 institutional partners, a new record for this event. Starting with the German RETEC Partnership, the German African Business Association, the Alliance for Rural Electrification, Advantage Austria, the Nigerian German Chamber of Commerce, Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, the Circular Economy Business Partnerships, the Association of Waste Managers of Nigeria, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Sterling Bank, Redington Hospital, and the Lagos Waste Management Authority. And I would especially like to thank Lama, again, as we want to jointly expand our own circular economy platform, Circulary, and make it a fundamental part of the circular economy sector in Lagos. A very big thank you to Dr. Muyiwa Badigasin, the Managing Director of Lama, and who is present here today as well. So thank you very much. The event will feature insightful presentations, interactive panel discussions, and an exciting of cutting-edge solutions designed to inspire and equip participants with knowledge to drive a sustainable change in West Africa and beyond. We are happy to have a great program here today for you, as well as tomorrow. Water and circular economy on the first day, energy and renewables and finance on the second day. And we also have an electric vehicle here for test drive, thanks to Sterling Bank. This is also a great opportunity for me to learn about these topics and to get to know all of you. Those of you who were here yesterday, it's not 119 hours now. I've only been in the country for 134 hours now. So please bear with me, and please let's have good talks going forward for the next 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together in sustainable transformation, connecting Germany and West Africa innovations. Thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time, can we put our hands together for Mr. Bastin? Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Bastin has placed this program, this conference on motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Bastin, for this insightful one. I think to everyone present here, we can have a prefix of what today is going to be about. All right, celebrating everyone that is celebrating awesome, amazing economy. Today, to all of our friends that are here today, I'm sure, and I'm very definite, as you mentioned, that you're going to be going home today with something that is very, very impactful. We have amazing presentations that have been aligned to ensure that everything we need today is adequately provided. All right, so please, on a lighter note, before I welcome the next speaker to this platform, can you please turn to your neighbor, either to your left or to your right, and tell the person you are welcome? Okay, let's do it this way. I'm sure that we have many of our friends, partners here today. You do us this very good thing this minute to know the name of the next person that is seated next to you. Let's do that in 1 minute, please. Can you turn to your partner, to your neighbor, or anyone close to you? Say hello, good morning, you're welcome. May I please know your name? All right. I think as the master of ceremony for this conference, I've been given the opportunity to, at any time, speak to anyone, and then I could ask you the name of the person that is seated next to you. So please ensure that throughout this conference, you're familiar with either the person sitting to your left or to your right. Thank you very much. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further this morning, I'd like to welcome a very strong Amazon. I think she's here with us today. Director General, Nigerian German Chamber of Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies and excellencies in the making, please put your hands together for Marilyn Rappel. I think you can still clap for her while she comes here, please. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And like we say in Nigeria, I'd like to stand on existing protocol. I've actually been looking forward to using that phrase. So, yes, I'm standing on existing protocol. But I'd like to welcome the honorable ministers, industry leaders, members of the diplomatic corps, esteemed partners and exhibitors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the West African Clean Energy and Environment Conference and Trade Fair 2024. As we gather here today, we're reminded of the critical role that clean energy and environmental sustainability play in shaping the future of West Africa and beyond. And as we know, Nigeria and its West African neighbors are endowed with an abundance of renewable energy potential, and if fully harnessed, could significantly transform its energy landscape and also drive economic growth, creating jobs and enhancing the quality of life across West Africa. But despite the abundance of these renewable energy sources, several challenges hinder their large-scale implementation in Nigeria. And addressing these challenges requires a combination of government policy, modernized infrastructure, more accessible financing, public and private partnerships, and international support to fully unlock Nigeria's renewable energy potential. And so this conference provides us with a unique platform for collaboration, knowledge exchange, the exploration of cutting-edge technologies, and discussions to address some of these challenges. And I encourage all participants to take full advantage of the opportunities it presents. The work we do here today will be remembered as a defining moment in our clean energy journey. On behalf of the Nigerian-German Chamber of Commerce, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria, the AHK Nigeria, for hosting this event and inviting us to partner. Our collaboration reflects the shared dedication to promoting sustainable development across Nigeria, and we're grateful for your continued support. We're also deeply grateful to all the organizations that have collaborated to make this gathering possible. Thank you all for your participation and for driving progress in clean energy and environmental protection. I wish us all a productive and successful conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we please appreciate and put our hands together for Marilyn Rappo? Thank you. Also celebrating every beautiful woman in this hall today, every beautiful lady that is here doing well for themselves and also being a participant for this conference. We celebrate every one of you. Thank you so much for coming. All right, looking at Marilyn, I could see that there's so much for so many people to achieve. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for this awesome note. All right, before I welcome the next person to come up stage, I'd like to say a big shout out to the organizers. I'd like to say a big shout out to the people who have put in so much energy to see that today is a success. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to celebrate the AHK group. Please, can we please put our hands together for AHK, please? Thank you very much. Delegation of German Industry and Commerce. Everyone in the team, you have been amazing. Thank you so much for your tenaciousness to see that today is a success. Thank you very much. All right. Taking a step further this morning, I'd like to welcome the country director, GIZ Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please do well to please put a round of applause for Marcus Wagner. Please put your hands together for Marcus Wagner. For gender balance, please keep clapping as he comes forward. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you. So, whatever. I'd prefer to use this. Thank you.
Get closer.
So, after this technical clarification, all protocols observed from my side, it is my pleasure to be here today at the 2024 West African Clean Energy and Environment Trade Fair and Conference WACEE, themed Sustainable Showcase Stimulating Green Energy, Economy and Investments. So for those who don't know me, my name is Markus Wagner and I'm the country director of GIZ, the implementers of German Development Corporation based in Abuja. The representative of the executive governor is definitely a person I would particularly welcome here of Lagos State. All your presence here surely demonstrates a shared commitment towards advancing sustainability and promoting investments in green economy. This year, 2024, we celebrate 50 years of collaboration between the two federal republics of Nigeria and Germany. In 1974, our joint cooperation agreement was signed by both our countries. GIZ, as Germany's agency for international cooperation, had and still has a substantial role in this cooperation. On behalf of our commissioning parties, the German government, but also the European Union and other development partners, we work actively with our Nigerian partners. We provide technical support in the transition to a green economy, specifically providing advisory services aimed at fostering investments, facilitating new business entries and innovation, and promoting the uptake of sustainable solutions. Our cooperation with the government and other local and international donors has, amongst other interventions, improved access to modern energy services for people in rural areas, promoted efficient utilization of the nation's natural resources, and strengthened the business entrepreneurial ecosystem. These interventions have significantly enhanced the competitiveness of micro, small, and medium enterprises, including female-led businesses, in terms of economic growth, private sector investment, decent employment for women and youth, and improve the framework conditions to curb the negative impacts of climate change. Yet, of course, we would not be able to achieve all these success stories alone without persevering engagement of our Nigerian partners as well as other important allies. Therefore, I would like to commend the delegation of the German Industry and Commerce, AHK, for their commitment in scaling investment opportunities in clean energy, agribusiness, water, and circular economy by connecting German and international businesses to verifiable opportunities and local partners and startups. Evidently, your service has strengthened collaborations, created investment opportunities, and expanded businesses operations between Germany and West Africa. Therefore, I strongly hope that this platform will further provide opportunities that will address pressing environmental challenges and support economic growth throughout the West African subregions. Representatives of the Lagos State Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me once again to thank you all for your strong commitment to excellence. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and successful networking towards a greener future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very precise indeed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, still in motion this morning, would have a few more persons come up stage to do brief welcome to all our partners and to friends that are here today. I'd like to welcome one more time to this platform the Consul General, Federal Republic of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for His Excellency White Bonner. We can do better than that, please.
Good morning to all of you, and a special thank you to our AHK team, to the NGCC team, and all the exhibitors that you are here today and had to work hard to get everything built up. Thank you very much for this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to co-open together with all of you the WACEE 2024. This opening is also a real pleasure for me because WACEE is not just about modern business solutions, it is all about environment-friendly solutions. It is about this opening session. Let me just highlight 3 points. Point 1, energy. The worst form of power production, and please excuse if some of you have already heard this before, both economically and environmentally, is the diesel or petrol generator, unfortunately still so common in Nigeria. The best form of power production, again, both economically and environmentally, is solar and onshore wind power. You can check, meanwhile, on any continent of this planet that solar and onshore wind are the cheapest solutions for energy production, and they are competitive to any other energy source around the world. And it has been proven also already by African countries from Morocco to South Africa. In the first half of 2024, in Germany, the world's fourth largest economy, around 60% of electricity were produced by renewables, from wind, solar, and biomass. In 2018, it was just 35%, so only 6 years later, 60%. I think this is a kind of boom, and it's going around the world. And it is by far the largest share of renewables among the top 5 economies: USA, China, Japan, India, and Germany. Not only in Germany, the renewables industry has already been creating many more jobs than the coal and nuclear energy sectors combined ever have. Besides decreasing emissions, which is good for the environment and for our personal health, the main effects are new jobs, efficient decentralization, and industrial innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not the one telling Nigeria, Ghana, or any other African country what to do with its fossil resources. My message simply is, do not miss the global high-speed train of building up renewable energies. Both in building up renewable capacities and in improving the Nigerian electricity grid, you can rely on good cooperation with German partners. And let me just mention, if you live somewhere in Nigeria and electricity got a bit better, then it's part of the PPI, Presidential Power Initiative, between Nigeria and Germany, and with Siemens Energy as the private business partner, because we were able in the first half of 2024 to bring more than 700 megawatt more into the grid, which is almost 20% of the electricity that is going to final consumers in Nigeria. Thank you. Point two is waste management. Some of you may have been witness yesterday at the German-Nigerian Business Forum in the Continental, where a big MOU was signed between a Ghanaian and a German company. The German partner is FAUN, about waste management. It's a volume of about 40 million euros of investment, and it's directed at Lagos State to manage better and to use better the waste that is happening and that is being produced in Lagos State. So that was a good sign of German-Nigerian activity in the waste management sector. And thank you. And there are actually so many things that traditionally were regarded as waste, but with the current progress in scientific innovations and industrial processes, so many waste items become valuable, marketable goods. And let me mention another really existential sector for Nigeria, agriculture. In agriculture, one of the most pressing issues is to avoid waste. Also in this field, companies from Germany and other European countries offer a lot of solutions, from better seed treatment to making use of previously ignored biomass to solar cooling for fresh produce. Or take water, the most important natural treasure for our existence. We have to treat water as a finite resource and adapt our machines and processes to this awareness. You will definitely see some of these best practices here at the WACEE in the back at the booths. Point 3 is resource efficiency. Both German government and German private business are supporting to increase the manufacturing sector of Nigeria, Ghana, and other African economies. Yesterday, at the German-Nigerian Business Forum, we heard about very convincing examples how environment-friendly local production is, including regional marketing and transportation. However, when local production is based on machinery and processes that are not resource efficient, that are using much more energy, water, or raw materials than necessary, then most of the advantages of local production are lost. It will not be sustainable. Many companies from Germany and other European countries offer not just high quality, but also very resource-efficient machinery. German engineering is a world leader in developing resource-efficient processes. So please have a closer look at the German, Austrian, Swiss, and other European booths on this fair. A big thank you again to all the companies that made the effort to be present here today and tomorrow. I wish all of us a successful WACEE 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies, gentlemen, one more time, can you appreciate the last speaker? Please put your hands together for him. The Consul General, thank you very much. All right. Having it go back to back, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome on stage the Consul General Republic of Ghana. Consul General Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Samata Bukari. Please put your hands together for her. Is she here? Okay. Is she ably represented by anyone? Please, if yes, kindly reach out to the organizer so we are aware that you are here. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, special shout out to our partners here in Nigeria and also in the City of Excellence, Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome all officials from the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency. Please, can we all put our hands together for them for coming out? Thank you very much. Also, we have seated, ably represented, seated here today, we have the Lagos State Waste Management Authority staff. We have them here today. Please put your hands together for yourselves for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to welcome and bring us on stage the keynote speakers from these organizations. Please join me and welcome with a sounding round of applause the Managing Director, Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, Dr. Babatunde Ajayi. Please put your hands together for him, please. I think the round of applause should continue till they come to this stage. Thank you very much.
That's fine, this is okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I see it's a very cold morning in Lagos today. I would also like to stand on the existing protocol so I don't mix up the order. I'm Tunde Ajayi, I'm the General Manager at the Lagos Environmental Protection Agency. As you all know, one very important role of the EPA is to measure the quality of the environment, air, land, and water. And what we have done so far as regards clean energy and clean cooking, conversion to greener methods has been very immense over the past few months. So we also are very aware that clean energy is also one of the very key components of climate change mitigation. And this we have taken very seriously in our work. So we're more than happy to welcome innovations and partnerships that will drive clean energy in Lagos. One very key thing we value is the quality of air in Lagos. We're very big on air quality. We're very big on using green energy so that the air quality can be better. We all know how damaging poor air quality is to the health of our people. And again, we welcome partnerships to help reduce emissions, help reduce poor air from all of our activities. So we'll be looking out and looking forward to all of the organizations that will be coming up to discuss clean energy, to discuss clean cooking, and other options in this aspect. One very key thing that I must mention as the EPA, is how we have gradually converted very big emission sources or poor energy sources into clean energy in Lagos. In some of our communities where we have women who practically, fish up to 5,000, smoke up to 5,000 fish per day, we have over the past few weeks built them clean cooking methods and clean cooking options that has helped them convert all of their emissions to usable energy. One very important thing we have also done is to launch the Lagos Carbon Registry. So our carbon registry is properly documenting emissions in Lagos. It is also helping us take account of the progress we're making. So the carbon registry, we think, will position us properly for access to financing and access to opportunities that will help us harness the gold mine that is in clean energy conversions. So from us, we are very happy to partner with German organizations and German opportunities that will help us convert more to clean energy and ultimately help us reduce emissions, ultimately help us document our emissions better, and help us be at the forefront on climate change mitigation in Nigeria. Thank you very much and have a wonderful deliberation.
All right, thank you. To the director and to every other staff present here today, we say thank you so much for being a part of this conference. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think very much, if you would agree with me, the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency has done amazing well over time. Yes, and I think this is another platform for us to have value added and also to add to what, to our successes that we've previously recorded. And today, to the presentations and to various insights into technology and also to innovations that will be coming in, it will be very much important that we also look out for better ways to get things done. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring on stage the Managing Director, Lagos State Waste Management Authority, LOMA. Please put your hands together for Dr. Muyiwa. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Dr. Muyiwa, birthday guest. Did I get that, sir?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will also rest on existing protocols. And would like to warmly welcome all our delegates to Lagos, the fastest growing, biggest, most vibrant, most energetic city on the continent, and also the one that gives the most opportunity and hope for the future. It's an honor to be here with you at this year's West African Clean Energy and Environmental Trade Fair and Conference. I am delighted to address this gathering where innovators, policymakers, industry leaders, and environmental advocates converge to shape the future of clean energy and sustainable development in West Africa. I would like to specially recognize one of those partners, the Association of Waste Managers of Nigeria, our closest partners with which we are doing a lot of work in this area. Mr. Adebola is the national president. And our focus today is on two critical concepts. I looked at your theme and I saw that you are focusing on circular economy and clean energy. And I also know that waste is a huge part of that. These two concepts are interrelated, but very essential to the socio-economic transformation of our nation, Nigeria, which we're very passionate about, but also the West African sub-region, and of course, the continent. We're facing a lot of challenges of climate change, resource depletion. For example, if you go outside Lagos, you'll find that many of our forests are gone. We've cut down wide swaths of forest without any replacements. That's just by the way. But we must collectively rethink our approach to production, consumption, and waste management. And in this journey, circular economy and clean energy are key drivers. Now, when we talk about the circular economy, we're talking about a new paradigm for sustainable development. The traditional linear economy model, where we take, make, and dispose, has long dominated our industries. It has yielded economic growth, but at a terrible cost to our environment and resources. And we only have to look around you when you move around Lagos to see that we are not managing the process of production well. That's why we have so much waste that you see in public spaces and not enough greenery. In contrast, the circular economy offers a paradigm shift, seeks to help keep products, materials, and resources in circulation for as long as possible through practices like recycling, reuse, remanufacturing. The implications for West Africa are immense. In this region, where you have rapid urbanization and industrialization, we're putting a lot of pressure on our waste management systems that are not even well developed enough. They cannot cope with the rapid rate of urbanization. For example, in Lagos, you have a huge climate migrant problem where people are coming down from the Sahara and essentially living in public spaces. They generate waste and it puts pressure on water, sanitation, and other services. Embracing a circular economy provides a solution. And this is an economic model that not only mitigates waste, but also creates new opportunities for job creation, innovation, and economic resilience. As an example, without much prompting, you can see that many of these climate migrants are engaged in what? In recycling, which is poorly regulated. If you go to our dump sites, you see a lot of informal waste pickers actively picking out items of value and making money from this. But we believe that we can do this in a better, more sustainable fashion. At LOMA, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, where I have the privilege to serve, we are leveraging circular economy principles to transform waste into wealth. Recycling, composting, and waste-to-energy projects are at the core of our strategy. For instance, by converting organic waste into compost, and we have 50% organic waste composition in Lagos. We have 13,000 tons a day, so that means we have 6,500 tons of organic waste, which we can make available in pure form straight from the points of generation. By converting organic waste into compost, we are supporting sustainable agriculture, reducing methane emissions, and closing the loop in waste management. With some of our planned waste-to-energy initiatives, we aim to transform refuse into power and reduce reliance on fossil fuels while generating clean energy. Examples of existing projects include our long-standing partnership with EarthCare, which produces compost at one of our facilities in Ikorodu. Similarly, we have established a modular biogas plant to produce biogas from fruit waste at the massive K2 fruit market. And this is also a subject of a new partnership with WACEE'40 cities, who are going to upgrade that facility and then also replicate it at other locations. Other planned projects include a network of material recovery facilities, which are going to be built in partnership with the Jospong Group of Ghana through their local Nigerian subsidiary, Zoom Lion Nigeria, who I believe are also taking part in this event. We also have a planned waste-to-energy plant at Ekpe, for which we've signed an MOU with a Dutch company, Harvest Waste. Now, I mentioned these projects to tell you that we are open for business, we're open for partnerships, and we're open to people who are serious about helping us to address the challenges that we have. In fact, we also have set up a specialized unit, legal and advisory services, and the head of that unit is also here with me. Bukola Adeyemo, please stand up for recognition, who has done a fantastic job in terms of helping to structure some of these partnerships, MOUs, letters of intent. She's amazing, and I really rely on her. And I hope some of you will be able to have a chat with her while she's here. However, this is not just about waste management. The circular economy also calls on industries to rethink their entire production cycles, designing products that are durable, repairable, and recyclable. It requires innovation in material science, manufacturing processes, and consumer engagement. As leaders, we must foster partnerships between governments, the private sector, and civil society to build a circular economy ecosystem that supports long-term growth and environmental sustainability. That's a lot of wordage there, but what am I saying? I'm saying essentially that we're not just talking about waste management. In Lagos today, we banned styrofoam packs this January. And if you look around the city at the volume of waste, you'll see that it's drastically reduced. And just a few days ago, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources announced that we'll be banning single-use plastics from January. Now that presents immediate opportunities. Just yesterday, I had a group from Rwanda reaching out to us about the possibility of producing bioplastics in Lagos. So immediately you see that we create alternatives, opportunities, and they want to do that from locally sourced materials like bagasse, like maize residue, all kinds of things that we are currently burying in our landfills that don't do anything but generate methane. So we're excited about those prospects. Now, for clean energy as a catalyst for Africa's development, we're talking about clean energy as a cornerstone of sustainable development, where access to reliable and affordable energy remains a critical challenge. West Africa, with its abundant renewable energy resources like sunlight, wind, and hydropower, has an unprecedented opportunity to leapfrog into a future powered by clean energy. Across the continent, we are seeing a growing shift towards renewable energy. Countries like Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal are increasingly investing in solar power, wind farms, and hydroelectric plants. These efforts are not only reducing carbon emissions, but also improving energy access in rural communities and driving economic growth. Essentially, we're energy hungry, and we haven't tapped the best, most sustainable resources of that energy. We're just beginning. Now, transitioning to new clean energy is not just about infrastructure investment. It requires a comprehensive framework that integrates policy, financing, and capacity building. Governments must create enabling environments for clean energy innovation by removing regulatory barriers, which we're doing in Lagos. You can see that the general manager of LASEPA is here today, and I'm here today. It's a process of breaking down barriers and bringing down walls so that we can have direct interaction with people who can make things happen. We want partnerships, and we need partnerships. Now, there are a lot of opportunities for collaboration. I've gone on quite a bit, but I'll summarize the rest of my speech to emphasize public-private partnerships. We need regional cooperation. For example, you have initiatives like the West African Power Pool and the ECOWAS Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Pool. And you can see we started exploring those regional partnerships in Nigeria. When we initially started talking to the Just Pond Group, a lot of Nigerian companies who are very capable were like, why are you going to Ghana? You know, but we said, look, this is a Pan-African problem, and we can embrace innovations from neighboring countries. We can work with other companies who may have access to financing that we don't. So we're not going, yes, it's Nigeria, but it's also Pan-African, it's also West African. In addition, and very importantly, we must incorporate youth engagement and skills development. We have a bustling population of young people who are already active in this sector. So in terms of a workforce, in terms of idea generation, in terms of the energy that we need for clean energy and for waste management, we have it here. Just as you see the impact of the Nigerian West African region on sports and entertainment, we believe that we can achieve the same impact by harnessing the power of our youth. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the time to act is now. The challenges we face, climate change, energy poverty, waste mismanagement, are urgent and require bold action. But these challenges also present us with the opportunity to rethink our systems and build a sustainable future for all. By embracing the principles of circular economy and investing in clean energy, West Africa can position itself as a global leader in sustainable development. We can create resilient economies, we can foster innovation, and improve the quality of life of our people, all while safeguarding our environment for future generations. Let's seize this moment and work together to turn our vision into reality. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Very encompassing indeed. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate and put our hands together for Dr. Muyiwa. Thank you. All right. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this minute we would get into something very, very much peculiar to this event. But before we do that, I think we have a fuller auditorium. Before now, I'd like to be sure that, please, if you know you don't have the pamphlet for this conference, do notify by a raise of hand. We have, yes, thank you very much. We have the host and the hostesses. Please, can you help us go around and ensure that people have, thank you, so that they can participate effectively and then also know when we are getting into any of the programs for today. Thank you. All right. Just so you know, to run you through, would have a panel section that would come up shortly, all right, where would have insightful moments and where would share thoughts ranging from circular energy to waste management to water corporation as well too. Would dive into various aspects of this conference to also ensure that we'll touch everything that is needed for this event to be a success. Ladies and gentlemen, while I would want to welcome those persons to take us on that stage, we would like to ensure that we open this event officially. And by doing that, I'd like all our partners, all the keynote speakers, all those who addressed us previously to please be upstanding while we get towards the ribbon stand. We'd like to officially open this event. Before we get into the panel sections, please may you rise. Let's go towards the ribbon stand. Please, I'd like the ushers to help direct them towards the stand. So every of our keynote speakers, to those who came up stage to do presentations, and to those who came up to do a welcome address, please can you all head towards the ribbon stand. Thank you. All right, so while they are doing this, I'd like every other person to please observe and watch what is about to begin. Of course, this is the official opening for this year's, yes, please, thank you, for this year's WACEE 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this might be a bit stressful for those that are seated, but you might just turn a bit so you can have a proper view of what's going on. Thank you. All right. We wouldn't want everyone to come here so we don't have a very crowded space, okay? But then, I'd like you to just observe and then see what's going on. All right, I'd like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Bastin.
Thank you for handing over the microphone to me. Thank you again, everyone, for coming, to all the exhibitors, to all the sponsors. Please have a very successful 2 days ahead. And with that, I think we can officially open the event and cut the ribbon and then go ahead.
Also, a very good opportunity to say hello to persons seated next to you, to your left or to your right. Just so you know, these are stakeholders in various agencies and parastatals, also those who have affiliates with anything related to what we are deliberating on today. So please say hello to the person next to you while we proceed. Thank you. And also to our keynote speakers, thank you very much. You may make your way to your seat. Thank you very much. I think the photographers and videographers help us out. Thank you. Please come close, come close. All right. I think while the keynote speakers and DJs are busy having one or two connections to make with themselves and pictures, it is very important that every one of us just go around the boat and then see what we have in our exhibition stand. Please, if you do not mind, ladies and gentlemen, for just a few minutes, can we all please all rise, everybody? Let us head towards the boat stand, all right? I'll let you know when you should come back. All right, thank you very much. Please, can we all rise? Thank you. Let's get to the boat stand, and then for a few minutes, let's see what we have in our exhibition stand. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would have 3 more minutes to go around the tour. So please, we expect that you go around the booths and see what we have at the exhibition area. 3 more minutes and then we'll get back to the conference space. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please may we all assemble ourselves at the conference platform. Thank you. Thank you. I'd say the tour is over this time, but going on at the event, opportunities will be given to us to still go around and then still see what we have. All right, but for now, can we all please converge? Thank you. And as you make your way back to the conference platform, please ensure you're saying hello to somebody. A little hello here and there can open your insight to something new. All right? I think I met someone who said we need to really explore the exhibition space. Yes, very correct. But please, let's also try to manage our time so we can be able to achieve all that we've planned to for today. The exhibition both is still open to us. At break, we could also find our way there to also have our time. Thank you. I'm seeing those at the rear. Please, can we all converge? Thank you very much. Thank you. I need the hostesses and the hosts to please help us navigate people back to the auditorium. Thank you very much. While the exhibition was going on, we had the Consul General Republic of Ghana walked in, the person of Our Excellency Samantha Bukhari. All right, ma'am, you're welcome. Please, can you make your way? I need those that are in charge to please help us get her forward. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having presentations ranging from waste to wealth, how we can be able to convert or successfully turn waste to wealth. And I think that's the purpose why many of us are gathered today, to pick insights from various diversified points of view. Thank you. All right, so I'd like everyone to be settled before I tend to call the next person to lead us on this presentation. Thank you very much. It's an honor to have a few officials here with us today. We are super delighted that you are here, and I'm very sure that during this period of networking, people who are here who probably had faced one or two struggles trying to find their way, those who own private firms could as well pick one or two from our government officials that are here. You're very much welcome. We have in our midst today the Senior Special Advisor, Climate Change and Circular Economy, Mrs. Titilayo Oshodi. Thank you very much for coming, ma'am. Very much celebrated. Thank you for coming. Very shortly, she would be on this stage as well. Also, we have this morning, we have the President, Honorable Benga Adebola. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. You're very much welcome. All right. And also, other officials present, thank you very much for making our time to be here. All right. Just to be sure that we are ready to tap into this insightful moment that is about to begin, I'd like to let you understand that this presentation will be going on concurrently with a panel section at the rear part of this auditorium. All right? So for those who are interested in participating or listening to the panel section that will be going on at the time, you may want to join as well while I make mention of the topic. So if you have the pamphlet, you'd like to turn your pamphlet towards the page where we have Policy Dialogue on Secular Economy, Bridging Policy and Innovation to Advance Secular Economy in Nigeria and West Africa. And people who would have on this panel, we would have Oyekachi Eloma, the co-founder, Rivers Exchange. Also would have the Secretary General, Food and Beverages Recycling Alliance, FBRA, Arise Onagisep. I hope I got that correct, pardon me. All right, also would have Benga Adebola at the stand. All right, I'm talking about at the rear extreme where this panel section will be going on concurrently with the presentation that will be going on this platform. All right, also, and some other persons as well that will join. So please, it will be a very enriching moment for those of us here. So please do well to join the panel section at the extreme as the presentation will be going on here as well. Thank you. All right, so bring up to this stage, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if those hands of yours are not busy, I'd like you to help us welcome and celebrate to take on the topic from waste to wealth, reimagine, reuse, reinvent. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO, Integritas Limited, Dr. Adebola Odunsi. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. I think we can do better than that. Please, can we appreciate Dr. Adebola as he comes forward, please? Thank you very much. A very insightful moment, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is the best time we need to get off our pens and papers and then put one or two things on. You're very much welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Absolute pleasure. I think the moderator deserves probably another round of applause. I think we've all done MC work at some point in time. So this is going to be very light. It's not a talk shop, it's a journey that I plan on taking you through. These are insights filled with experience, data, and the realities that we're facing in the space. And essentially, we will need, to work very closely together to be able to tap into a huge resource, that sits under the circular economy umbrella. So, I was very happy to receive this topic, reimagine and reinvent, 2 new R's that we add. We have reduce, reuse, repurpose, and all whatnot. So, let's see how this works. I think clicker is... Don't worry, it's normal. Technology must always be technology. So I always say technology 1, human 0. Okay, I think... All right, there we go. Thank you. All right, so like I said, this is a thought exercise. I want us to be as engaged as possible. We will dive into insights built over a couple of years based on exposure in private sector, government, interactions with developmental agencies, and essentially what we have seen as the most probable course to chart for waste to wealth. So, see you on the other side. Hopefully, we are aligned after that. So, we are all very familiar with these numbers, okay? And we understand the looming threat from waste. I like to say that if not for certain frontline warriors, we'll probably be drowning in our waste today. Lagos is the most populous and most populous black city in Africa, and at the projected rate of growth, you know, the biggest consumer on the African continent. You know, and it's plagued by its own unique challenges. You know, I think about the Ministry of Trade, Commerce, Investment, and Cooperatives, you know, did a study and found out about 3,000 new people come into Lagos every day and do not leave. So that means some people come and leave, but about 3,000 people stay. And these are 3,000 people that the government needs to map, needs to take care of, needs to bring up to speed, you know, on the realities within the state and the realities of governing the state. And of course, everybody is coming with waste in one form or the other, you know, and this can take two forms. You know, it can be a challenge, it can be a challenge or an opportunity. So at the end of this, we hope, you know, we see the opportunity in there. It's not news that, you know, the dwindling tax base or shrinking tax base is also reducing the earning power of the government, who hitherto is really saddled with the fiscal exposures of managing waste. You know, it's largely a government-driven spend, with private sector participation definitely, but if anybody's going to point in the room and say, who is meant to handle waste? You know, my brothers at Loma, you know, everybody will shout Loma, you know. So, we understand that this is business as usual, and these are the realities of business as usual. And we are faced by a unique set of challenges. But here is the balancing point. Waste can actually become wealth. You know, and why do I say so? Okay. So, here are some considerations I want us to hold on to, and we will see whether we agree with one another at the end of the day. So, waste is a perception. So that means it's not a reality. It's the construct of a mind. It is the perception to something. That means I no longer need this thing. But it doesn't mean that there's someone else who doesn't need it. So waste is a construct of your mind. And we'll dive into why that is. Secondly, this your clicker is, okay. Waste is a currency and a resource in storage and transition. So that means because waste is a perception, it can take several forms depending on who the viewer is. So waste can be waste to someone, it can be material to someone else, it can be currency, it can take so many diverse forms. So waste in itself is transitionary in its character. This is a personal favorite of mine. Waste is an inexhaustible resource. It is a byproduct of living. It is a byproduct of existence. We will generate waste. In fact, everybody is taking in oxygen and pushing out CO2 right now. And, you know, just looking at, if I call the name emissions, emissions is tagged around CO2 and other greenhouse gases. So, waste is generated just by us sitting here. I can already see plastic bottles being emptied, water being consumed, all sorts of things. At the end of today, it would be lovely to understand the quantum of waste generated by this event so that it puts things into perspective. Now, waste is a nano to macro socio-economic development tool. And this is speaking from the aegis of EESG. So that's economic, environmental, social governance. We'll dive into it. EPR, extended producer responsibility, and social subsidies. So why I say all of this, we will find out soon. So another small insight I want us to hold on to. There's something called the 1090 paradigm. That means if I want to change a certain behavior, the hard science of how to do it is 10% of the work. 90% is understanding the people that you want to change. So since we said waste is a perception, waste is transitionary, so that portends that a large part of transforming waste to wealth is behavioral. And we will break it down. You know, behaviors, you're thinking knowledge, you're thinking attitudes, you're thinking practices, you're thinking precepts. That's what's my preconception about this. And you're thinking culture as well. There are some people that consume in a particular way that waste is inadvertently generated one way or the other. So understanding these behaviors is critical to changing that perception of waste to wealth. All right, so I've put 4 precepts up there, and we will dive into the first one. This will probably be the longest one. So, I spoke about this earlier. Conscious thought. We all have it. Oh, I don't need this anymore. What next? The journey to linear consumption and disposal often begins with this question that we ask ourselves. Often it's easy to look at another person and say, oh, look at how they are disposing of that. It's so bad. But when you internalize the question, you find out how many times you ask yourself, I no longer need this thing. What next? It's no news that Nigeria is predominantly a consumption-based economy, and Lagos is the epicenter of that consumption. We have the highest population ratio, we have the highest economic purchasing power, and that portends that we will generate the largest amount of waste per time and per capita. So we've said, you know, Lagos State commands the largest or the highest quantum of consumption. And, you know, in terms of even production, the drive of inflow of goods, the number of goods that are chasing your buying power continues to increase every day. Don't worry, we will end up somewhere. Fantastic. Ooh, I don't know if you can see this. Oh. Clicker? Sorry, there's a delay on the clicker. Can you just manually, so just back one slide, please. Okay, lovely. I don't know if this is clear enough, but this is the hard science of waste, and I'll speak through it. So imagine we have industrial production rates. That means thousands and thousands of goods are being produced or brought into the market. You have urbanized consumption rates. It is extremely easy. You can be sat in your seat now and order 15 items to your home without having to be there. There's a huge amount of convenience in terms of the way we consume. Coupled with my favorite statement, culture of convenience, which is the 90% that exacerbates all of this. All on one side, And on the other end, you have manual recovery rates. That means you have men and women operating on human energy most times, trying to recover most of these materials. Whilst it's a very, very laudable exercise, when you compare it to what they are battling against, you can then understand why we have what I call a runaway waste problem. Okay? Where it seems like we are always playing catch up to the waste that we generate. So, industrial production, urbanized consumption rates, convenience versus how do we recover. So, when you are asking yourself that question, what next? And you just say, oh, let me chuck it in the bin. Someone else will take care of it. It stimulates, or I hope it stimulates you to remember this. Now, we've been speaking to waste as a problem. So I mentioned something called culture of convenience. And I split it into 3 factors. So time, cost, consequence. We all ask ourselves, oh, when Nigerians leave the shore of this country, they don't throw anything on the floor. Why? There's a behavioral component to it. Because there is consequence attached to it. Undesired consequence attached to it. But locally, that consequence may not be as strong as what you find in other climes. So, combine that with competing demands for people's time. The average Lagosian wakes up at maybe 4 a.m. The last thing he's probably going to be thinking about doing is sorting waste. Or saying, oh, I want to take this to a recycling center. All right? We like convenience. Okay? Next is, you look at there are some very admirable efforts in terms of, kind of like Uber for waste model, I'll pick up your waste, this, that. But they are plagued with inefficiencies. I'm sure if I ask around the room, somebody has used some service and is not really happy with it. Oh, they told me they'll pick it up in 1 hour, 2 days later, I'm still, I still have this waste in my house. It's causing an aesthetic nightmare for me, all sorts of things. Then cost. We are an economic-driven set of people in Lagos and in Nigeria specifically. If the economic argument is not strong enough, we are less likely to change. So first and foremost, do you even know the cost of the material that you are disposing of? Are you aware that there's value that can be derived from it? If not, every time you ask yourself that question, what's next? You will pick the most convenient option, which is my bin is just right there. I will chuck it in there and it becomes another person's problem. So behind your mind, these 3 processes are always running. Is it in what's the competition for my time? What cost is it coming to me? And what is the consequence of not doing the right thing? And we all know that once in a while, don't let me say every time, once in a while, we all fall foul of all of this on the altar of convenience. So, characteristics of waste, we all know this. We've seen this list many a time, right from emissions, wastewater, biomass, this is a very commonplace list. And you can imagine how much of this you generate every day. We're speaking as to waste from the problem now, but as diverse as this list is also as diverse as the opportunity to convert it to wealth also exists. So, what's the status quo, Well, we're trying, okay? There are a lot of, like I said, laudable efforts in terms of trying to pick up the slack in terms of what I'll call manual recovery rates, not industrialized. So, we have I have thrown my plastic bottle in the bin, or I've thrown old clothes or old shoes into the bin, and I'm, happy that Mr. Loma will collect my money and just make my problems disappear. But they don't disappear, all right? So somewhere down the line, there's someone who, takes it upon themselves as a last mile collector. We like to call them waste pickers. I call them last mile collectors. Gathers these things, does the source segregation, adds the first layer of value. Then it goes to a larger sorting effort because these people interact with another downline of aggregators and value add specialists, some who are recyclers, some who just aggregate and add physical effort in terms of billing and the like, and that moves via, I must add this because I put emissions on our waste list, moves through fossil fuel driven logistics, which adds another waste component to it that we don't even map. And then it ends up at the off-taker, which is probably local or, international in terms of exports and the like. So, this very inefficient model is responsible for maybe 3 to 5% of recovery rates, depending on who you are speaking to. And I was extremely shocked in 2018. It was at a GIZ event as well, when it was boldly declared that in PET plastics alone, those gentlemen and lovely ladies, the frontline warriors, are responsible for a 400 million naira per day economy in PET plastics alone at 3 to 5% efficiency rates. So, I had to ask myself some questions. 95 to 97% recovery rates. Where do we end up at? Now, let's factor that this is scaled across all waste streams. We are talking power, money to the power of money. And then you now factor in historical waste stockpiles. So far, so good. We've just been speaking about waste generated fresh. There's waste that's already deposited in stockpiles. When you can activate all these channels, and if the possibility exists to activate all these channels, then you are plotting a waste to wealth model that is adaptable to the Nigerian and to the Lagosian. Now, BAU scorecard, business as usual. What is the potential? What is the quantum? We've spoken to some of these things. I put some very interesting figures there, and they shock me every time I remember them. So, in the FMCG and food and beverage space, their inability to recover their packaging material costs the sector 3 trillion naira annually. I will say the figure again. EPR, the inability to drive EPR, is sitting in front of 3 trillion naira fiscal losses to your FMCG and food and beverage companies. This is massive. Let me speak to the state. The state is inundated with spend, and we're not really generating much in terms of manufacturing, sellable goods, and the like. Okay, even the capacity to tax is reducing, and it has to, because everybody's tightening up their purse strings anyway. But still, the state has to spend between 9 to 12 billion naira annually between managing waste, picking up waste, transporting, management of dump sites, management of the impact of that waste leaking into the environment. So your floods, destroying roads, public health, issues that arise from that, all of that. I mean, the state recently had a cholera outbreak, all of that costs money to the state. So, creating wealth sits in 2 buckets. First, fiscal savings, and secondly, revenue generation. So, waste, we said, is transitionary and can assume any form because it is a perception. So, that means waste can bridge all these gaps if properly applied. So, this is the first point where I want to see whether we're agreeing with each other. I've been speaking at you guys for a while. So, reality check. Do we believe that business as usual is still more convenient and more profitable than climate conscious models? Hence its prevalence at all economic tiers and sectors. So waste is not only generated by the upper class, the last mile generates waste, probably even more than you imagine. No matter how skint you are, you will generate some form of waste. All right? So, this is the first point I want us to agree on. Next is ESG compliance. ESG compliance or compliant circular economy strategies focused on people, planet, profit holds a unique key to changing behaviors. That means waste can transform behaviors and make people money. The status quo enforcement and policy-driven strategies cannot handle the average Lagosian. So that means if I tell you you must do this, you are most likely not going to do it because it's not convenient. So let's move forward very quickly. So, why is waste a currency and a resource in storage and transition? We've said waste is transitionary in nature. Money, energy, resources have gone into producing what has turned to waste because you have decided you don't want it anymore. But that doesn't mean that that plastic bottle doesn't still cost 3 naira to make, or it doesn't consume a quantum of electricity to make, or some water to make. Historic waste exists now. So I hear a lot of people speak reduce, reuse, recycle. But waste exists now. There must be a way to monetize that waste before we now start thinking, okay, let's create new forms of packaging, do this, do that. Let's take care of the current problem and use that to bridge certain gaps. So, circular economy tackles all of these questions. And it does it in two primary ways: waste valorization and waste tokenization. Valorization is there's a direct exchange of value. It can be bartered with, it can be sold, it can be bought. Okay? Tokenization means I can attach an agreed value to it and transfer waste in what is called a debt cycle. So that means DEBT, please, not death. Debt cycle. Okay? Meaning, I can say there is a coin now that is attached to the value of plastic, and banks can trade the coin against the quantum and value of plastic in the market. So valorization, tokenization. Next slide, please. Seems to be. Okay. So, another lovely number. Circular economy has been estimated to be about a $13 billion per annum industry if we activate that 95 to 97%. And it needs everybody to do that. It's a socially just system. That means it builds on bottom-up channels. It doesn't really alienate because you generate waste the same way I generate waste. And if there's value presented in there, you can claim that value for yourself. So it's fair to everyone. It serves as a counterbalance, to enforcement-only strategies. I know there are some people that are very diligent at separating their waste and, doing the needful. But has anybody ever recognized you for doing it? Have you ever gotten value for doing it? So, behavioral. It's good to recognize and reward people. So, circular economy gives you that outlook. Throughput. Now, we've spoken about what we are producing, what we are consuming, what we are losing. The other side to that equation is to increase what we are recovering, and that is what is throughput. So we need to increase our recovery rates rapidly. And here's this is what I do on a day-to-day. EESG, economic, environmental, social governance. So it will be worthwhile to know that that is sitting in front of about $40 trillion in global credit. So that means if a BASF wants to borrow money, they are held to ESG standards now. Back in the day, it used to be, oh, I made $1 billion, loan me 500 million. I need to build a facility. Now, they want to understand, or the world's economy wants to understand, did you make that in a climate safe manner? Did you make it in a socially safe manner? What sort of tools are you putting in place, both internally and externally, to govern how you engage with the climate, how you engage with people? So you are not just making money and it's on the back of, children or child labor, or it's not on the back of very dirty, carbon-laden processes. Please, next slide. So, we've spoken to a couple of these things. The economic argument has to lead, all right, essentially. And these are a range of the economic arguments that you can make from the last mile to the CEO in a company to say this is why switching to circular economy or waste to wealth models will make you more profitable. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, how do we increase the performance? We do all of these things. We need to advocate, we need to activate from the bottom up. We need people collecting from their households and valorizing from their households. All right? We need to diversify what's called waste to X. That means, what can I get for my waste now? Can I get, somebody is looking for school fees. Can waste become school fees? Somebody is looking for health insurance. Can waste become health insurance? Somebody is looking for car insurance. Can waste become car insurance? We need to diversify as many of those exchange models as exist. And in doing that, you'll find that it becomes a more investable space. You can embed several of these other aspects into it to make sure that you have a wealth profile that is sustainable and that is resilient. Next slide, please. Okay. I've spoken to all of this. Next slide, please. I think you've gone back a couple of slides. Just one more slide back. No. Oh, well. Sorry, technology takes over again. Okay, lovely. Please, can you just go. On and on. Okay. Let me speak to the, a couple of, please, wow. Yeah. Slides before this.
All right. Media, do we have any progress on this? All right, ladies, gentlemen, please. It is very important that I think he wraps up with this very important slide. I think there's a reason why this slide needs to come up. All right, so the idea for the whole thing is not defeated. Okay. All right, while we are getting the slide sorted, the next person to come up stage would be the Consul General. The Consul General, Republic of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, I would welcome her on stage, but then we'll try to see how to get beyond this stage. Ma'am, please just relax, just relax. I'll bring you on stage myself. You're very much welcome, ma. Thank you so much for coming.
So, we've spoken a lot of theory, okay? And what I would like to conclude with is we've taken this into practice and we've run road tests with the government to generate projects and programs that imbibe all of these learnings. So next slide, please. Next one. Next. Okay, good. We've engaged the government across people development, data, commerce, financing, policy advisory, to create these programs. And one of the key ones that we have developed is something called EcoCirculate. Please, next slide. Essentially, it is a waste to value activation scheme that is currently running across 57 LCDAs and approved by Mr. Governor. And the end point is to teach people that you don't need to throw away your waste linear. There's value that you can derive from it. It can become anything that you imagine or that you seek, okay? And we were looking at, valorization models like waste to health insurance, waste to airtime data, waste to electricity credits, transport, and the like. Next slide. So that's a video. This will speak a lot more to the practical side of what we do in terms of how waste can become wealth to various people. Are you able to play it? Okay, great. Lovely to have sound. But essentially, people were invited within the Badagry community to bring various articles of waste. And this waste was essentially given value and exchanged for various incentives at the choice of the resident or whoever brought the waste. Now, the end point of this is an activation series. The plan is to leave follow-through collection infrastructure in there, which offtake can be plugged into. So an offtaker who is crying, oh, my business is having issues collecting material or accessing material, can go and sit in the community, engage with the community, solve some of those community problems by putting out incentives. And this is available, on several models. This is something that can be franchised, co-branded, and taken to the next level if so desired. So, don't worry, you can play the next slide. So, this is what I've been speaking about in terms of potential for community collection. Next slide, please. This is another form. This is an outpost. This is for, where you're looking at high volumes of waste. The initial one is more of a, I'm at a bus terminal. I don't have money to ride the bus, all right? I can essentially valorize some waste around me, put that on a Cowrie card or a Lazara card, and essentially ride the bus. Next slide. Yeah, so this is another incentive, or this is another program that we're developing in response to an issue that came up in a school in Ajegunle. It's been done in conjunction with a faith-based institution as well to drive value. Next slide, please. Of course, all we're doing aligns with SDGs, meaning that if you put your money in there, you will get value back out of it. Next slide. Of course, we require an ecosystem for success. There are multiple partnership models that can come in depending on the flow of your business. okay? Financing, incentives, that means I want to provide some value, material recovery infrastructure, and even franchise partners, meaning I can take the EcoCirculate model and run it as a CSR program under my own company. So, some of the metrics of returns in terms of our great work with the Office of Climate Change and Circular Economy. Next slide. And this is to also bring to the notice and invite everybody who is enthusiastic about circular economy that the state is actually, open for investment and serious conversations around industrializing circular economy, bringing in value, bringing in funding, bringing in technology to support the space and support the people in the space. Next slide. So, as promised, this was a journey, and we've come to the end of it, essentially. It'll be good to take home this last inference, to help understand how waste can be reimagined into wealth, and that is leveraging circular economy or incentivize circular economy. Next slide. So, in conclusion, this is our takeaway. Please note the state is very active and very interested in engaging. And there is a critical need, to start thinking about policies that decriminalize the space, because no economy is complete without a criminal component. Meaning that if waste can be valorized to do good, it can be valorized to do bad. And this is kind of like a conversation to government to start thinking about that aspect of things as well, because waste is essentially taken off. So, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And if there are any questions, please, you can direct them or we can have a conversation afterwards. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for the speaker, Dr. Adebola Odunsi. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, if you have questions as regarding these presentations, you could as well reach out to him. I think he's here with his team as well, so you could as well reach out to them and then have better insight of what has just been put through. Thank you very much for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are far behind our schedule, but we'll have everything coming back to back to back. So please, whenever you come up stage, we'd like you to please stick to the timing that we have. Thank you. All right, I'd like to open up this moment with allow you know that we're going to be having a green tour by Sterling Bank. It's an exclusive EV test drive. All right, so there are a few persons who are expected to get over to that place. But I think this is supposed to have been communicated to them prior now. But I'd like to call their names so that they can make their way to that platform while we continue with this summit. All right, so can I please have the MD, Loma, thank you very much, sir, even as we make your way there. Dr. Muyiwa, thank you very much. All right, and also the MD Lasepa, thank you very much, sir. Please, I'd like you to also join them as well. Dr. Babatunde Ajayi, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Also, we have in the building Professor Chinwe Akachi. Please, ma'am, can you join them as well? She's the state consultant on climate change, Osun State. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. Kindly join them as well to join the test drive. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, if those hands of yours are not busy, can we please make welcome and bring on stage the Consul General, Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Samantha Bukari. Please put your hands together for her. She makes her way here. I'd like you to please keep clapping while she comes here, please. Thank you. Representing the beautiful city, or rather the beautiful country, Ghana. Please show some love now.
Hello. Good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express profound appreciation for being invited and the honor done me with the opportunity to deliver a brief welcome message. I take this honorable privilege to welcome all of you to today's August event and to congratulate all participants while wishing us all very fruitful fair and conference. I also congratulate the West African Clean Energy Environment 2024 Trade Fair and Conference Organizing Committee for putting together this worthwhile program with a very befitting theme, Sustainability Showcase, Stimulating Green Economy Investments. The topic for this year's WACEE Trade Fair and Conference is stated, as stated earlier, could not have been more appropriate considering the current era of climate change and its effects. Ladies and gentlemen, it has become a matter of urgency now more than ever to showcase sustainability and stimulate green economy investments, as this has certainly become a defining issue of this 21st century. Therefore, during the conference, I'm most certain we are going to be discussing issues such as making low carbon technologies cheaper and more widely available, which is crucial for reducing harmful emissions. More progress in green innovation for mitigating and adaptation. Example, from electric cars and clean hydrogen to renewable energy and battery storage. And lastly, promoting green technologies which can spread fast enough to lower income countries where they can be especially helpful in reducing emissions. It is a known fact that the economic benefits of green innovations and investments will mostly spread widely and increase investment in that sector in the first few years from its inception. And over time, further growth benefits will come from cheaper energy and production processes that are more energy efficient. More importantly, they will come with less global warming and less frequent, as well as less costly disasters. Distinguished participants, green innovation is associated with safety in their entirety, not just a substitution of green technologies for other kinds. This may be because green technologies often require complementary innovation. More innovations will usually lead to more economic growth, which is what the world, and for that matter, West Africa needs. Luckily, West Africa have a lot of sunshine that we can make good use of solar energy, and also large water bodies. So we can also add up hydro, clean energy, wind energy, and the like. A key question is how West Africa, and again, the entire African countries, are better foster green innovations and its deployment. We at this conference may highlight how domestic and global climate policies can speed investments green. Some of the most effective policies to stimulate green innovations domestically may include emissions trading schemes that regulate and control emissions, which will guarantee a minimum price for renewable energy producers, and also reduce government spending, such as subsidies for research and development. What's more, global climate policies result in much larger increases in green innovations than domestic initiatives alone. International pacts like the Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement may be amplified to augment the impact of domestic policies on green innovations. Lowering tariffs on low carbon technologies can further enhance trade in green technologies. This is especially important for middle and lower income countries like West African countries, where such tariffs remain high. On the flip side, more protectionist measures will impede the broader spread of lower carbon technologies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to inform you that the second lady of Ghana, Hajiya Samira Baumia, is working actively on introducing clean energy cooking methods to Ghanaian women. As such, she's even made the ambassador for the global energy of clean cooking. Finally, I would like to draw attention to the global experience of a mild decline in green investment for more than a decade now. Therefore, beyond embracing an all-rules-based approach to these policies, the advanced economies where most green innovations occur have an important responsibility, and developing economies can get there faster. Such direct technology transfers hold the promise of a double advantage for emerging market and developing economies in reducing emissions and yielding a global economic benefits. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for the Consul General. Thank you. All right, heading straight into, thank you very much, ma'am, thank you. We can see the women are still clapping while the men have stopped clapping. Please continue, thank you very much, so she get to her seat. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, celebrating everyone who have been on this platform, dishing out amazing insight. We'll celebrate every one of you. Okay, I'd like you all to note that while this is the main stage, we have side events going on at the same time. All right, I had mentioned previously that we have at the extreme a side events going on. So you want to have an idea of what is going on, you could take a stone throw walk and then get to know what is going on, and then while you get back to your seat. Thank you. Heading straight into the panel section 1. We have 2 panels for today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have them as fast as possible. And then if you have your questions, please endeavor to note them down while you ask those questions after now. I'd like to bring on this platform, first off, understanding that we have the topic for this panel would be roles and opportunities of circular economy in Nigeria. Leading us with this platform, all right, leading us on this section, I'd like to bring to stage the team lead, Access to Market and Innovation, GIZ, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Shina Uti Waziri. Please put your hands together for her. She comes forward. Thank you very much. Please appreciate her while she comes forward, please. Thank you. All right. As deliberations will be going on, ladies and gentlemen, please endeavor that you listen carefully and then you take notes to certain things you might be needing as the panel proceeds. Thank you very much, ma. You're welcome.
Thank you so much to the moderator, to the organizers of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also stand on all protocols already observed, and I'm happy to moderate the panel session on the roles and opportunities of circular economy in Nigeria. And I'm happy to call my panelists to this stage so that we can expand further on the already quite detailed presentation that was made earlier on. So as I welcome the panelists, please give them a round of applause. First, I would like to welcome to the stage Mrs. Titi Oshodi, who is the Senior Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Climate Change and Circular Economy. I think we can clap our hands more. She's also a seasoned administrative executive and change management leader, passionate about youth empowerment, social reforms, and sustainability livelihoods. Her work focuses on building strong leadership. I think you can come this way and then we fill up. And also capacity development for communities, everything towards supporting sustainable development. You're welcome. Next, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Ubon Essien Mswabia. I hope he's in the hall. If he's not on the hall, then we move to maybe another Loma representative, or maybe he's outside. Ah, okay, yes, beautiful. Please put your hands together for Dr. Mswabia. He's the director of Loma, Director of Waste Management, Research and Statistics and Policy Development. Please have a seat here. He's a pioneer in circular economy strategies within waste management and has led impactful projects across Nigeria and also internationally, including collaboration with the UN and the African Development Bank. Next, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Lucas Deur. Please put your hands together. He's the head of business development export at Faun Umwelttechnik GmbH. He brings extensive international experience in waste management, logistics, working with stakeholders across Africa and other developing markets. And he has introduced advanced waste collection technologies across partner countries. He's also representing the German RETEC Partnership, a network of German companies and institutions in waste management and recycling. Next, I want to invite to the stage Dr. Adebola Odunsi, who has given us a very insightful presentation earlier. He's the CEO of Integritas Limited and Carbonivity. He specialized in transitioning Africa towards green economies, offering his expertise in circular economy practices, climate finance, and carbon asset management. His projects have facilitated large-scale green financing and sustainable development across Nigeria. You're welcome to the stage. Of course, last but never the least, I would like to invite on stage Mrs. Yoshola Onanuga. Please welcome her to the stage. She is the Group Head of Corporate Responsibility and Sustainability at TGI, and with over a decade of experience leading sustainability initiatives across multiple sectors. She focuses on integrating sustainability principles into business strategies, particularly within the agriculture supply chain across sub-Saharan Africa. You're welcome to the stage. So you can see we have a very vast range of experience across this stage, looking at circular economy from different angles. Can we remove the podium from the stage? If it's not possible, then we will manage. Of course, we're hiding some of our panelists, but we can make do with that. Okay. So we've already heard an introduction on what circular economy is all about. We've heard quite intense deliberations on waste to wealth, what waste to wealth is and how we can take advantage. I like the idea of waste being a perception, of waste being in our minds, and I think that's something that we can all take back home as well. Also, I think what was quite crucial was the mention of the external costs that are created through waste, and I think that's something we can also look into a bit deeper as we move forward. Of course, there are quite a few initiatives already happening. I think Lagos State has been a pioneer in Nigeria if we look at circular economy, and I think that's where I want to go into straight away. And that's why I would like to start with you, Mrs. Oshodi. Looking at your office alone, you're a senior special advisor in an office called Climate Change and Circular Economy. That alone, I think, is quite unique. Sorry, technology, they're trying to tell me something.
Okay, the one.
Okay. This is much better. Thank you so much for making this possible. At least then we're all visible, also to our distinguished audience. So, Mrs. Oshodi, first question to you. We've heard about all the potentials that circular economy has. You have this distinguished office, but we also know that there are quite a few challenges. And I think the first slide from our presenter earlier was the big threat of the increasing population, particularly of Lagos State, but I think this applies to the whole country. Can you give us a bit of an insight what the major gaps are that you are trying to address with your office? Since you've come into office, you've done quite a few projects. What are the major things you're trying to tackle as maybe quick wins, basically supporting Lagos State towards the transition from a linear economy to a more circular economy?
Thank you very much, Uti, and it's such a pleasure to see you once again. My co-panelists, most of the people who are here on the ground are also familiar faces as we continue to surface the terrain in the area of climate change as enthusiasts, and also as we have continued right now to build up the word and the ideals of circular economy as an approach to tackling the issue of climate change. It's also very interesting and intriguing to admit that there's a binding constraint, amongst all of the agencies that have been on the stage, represented by the different agencies on the stage today, to say that circular economy seems to be the solution or the pathway for us to achieve that environment, economic, and also the prosperity breakthrough that we need in our own side of town, as in Lagos and in Nigeria as a whole. So it presents an exciting journey for us. Now, in the Office of Climate Change and Circular Economy, that is the pathway as it has been designed and it has been created. You have been given an insight into the sort of mind trajectory or the mind progress in terms of the projects, in terms of the initiatives that we have put across as pilots. And this is the reason, and I'm going to try and explain the rationale behind it. Number one, as explained by the presenter, Dr. Odusi, our communities need to understand what circular economy is about. So there is a certain level of gap in knowledge. And the truth is that it's not far-fetched. It's just the fact that we have used a technical word, circular economy, to project something that could, possibly just be a lifestyle choice. And when Dr. Odusi was talking about the behavioral attitude, and the cost and the time that is attached to the choices that we make in how we manage or how we optimize, depending on the two, our waste, what it means is that there is a need for us to start to make a conscientious decision to manage our waste, not only from an altruistic perspective, but from an economic perspective, knowing that we can begin to look at the benefits that are inherent in the choice of the waste management options that are available to us. So these are the tenets of some of the principles that guide, the projects, the initiatives, and the pilots that we have run. The challenge, if I need to go back to the question, is the knowledge gap. That is the very first challenge. Because the knowledge then pushes us to decide how we can produce and optimize and generate and make the best of the sort of choices in our consumption, in our generation, and also in the decisions towards the lifestyle that we choose. So So it's both ends. It's an altruistic thing, but it's also from your health. It's also from your pocket. Now, from a bottom-up approach, the socioeconomic strata in the bottom of the pyramid is the largest, the mass market. The Manufacturing Africa report says that we have 60% of our population in the informal sector. So that informal sector constitutes the people, the 3,000 people that come into Lagos on a daily basis that do not go back to where they're coming from. These 3,000 people have to situate themselves somewhere on this coastal city. This coastal city that is densely populated and does not have the infrastructure, because at each point in time, when Lagos State puts out an infrastructural project, it's trying to catch up with the influx of people that come in, essentially putting pressure on the infrastructure. And so we're not reaching it. And so the power is beginning to come back into the hands of the community members. And that power sits in the area where we can begin to generate revenue. We can begin to generate some form of income. We can begin to unlock opportunities for businesses with an accessible resource. And that accessible resource is our waste. Thank you. I don't want to take too much. I want to give room for the other.
Thank you so much for that, for the passion as well, that I can hear how you're explaining the need for more knowledge, the need for choices also to be steered by knowledge so that we can actually move forward. With this, I would like to stay with the Lagos State Government. Dr. Nswabia, you're presenting LOMA here. And I think LOMA was mentioned quite a few times already. You have this big task of waste management in the big city of Lagos, and we've heard the ever-growing city of Lagos. How can you and how are you including the day-to-day people creating waste? The waste, not those producing the products, but rather those throwing away the bottle and maybe not knowing where to put it, or not thinking about where to put it, or maybe not caring, or those that care but don't really feel they have the tools to really go through the whole, okay, I'll take my bottle back home, I'll look for a place where I can dispose it effectively and know that it will be recycled. How can you really effectively include everyone, create that knowledge, and ensure that everyone is part of this big task? Because we know that government probably can't do it alone, so you need those alliances. And we also know that waste management is one part of circularity. It was mentioned earlier, ideally, if you talk about circular economy, we're basically designing waste out of the entire equation. But here we are, we're still creating a lot of waste, and we need to work and manage that waste. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me start it this way. The special advisor has mentioned 3,000 people that come to Lagos every day. And I'll add to that too that the river Ogun and some other rivers also bring more waste to Lagos. So the waste that come to Lagos is not only generated by Lagosian alone. We have several other ways that come to Lagos. And also, Dr. Odunsi said that the state government spent about 9 to 13 billion annually on waste management. The data might be a little bit more than that. And all of this is about wastes and wastes and waste. We do quote that we kind of generate 30,000 metric tons of waste on a daily basis. The MD Loma said about 50% of that is organic, which is about 6,500 tons per day. That can translate to over 380,000 loaded trailers of waste if you want to quantify that. But very fortunately, Loma is the only agency in Lagos that knocks at everybody's home. Do you agree with me? This is because Loma has over 470-something PSPs that ought to, supposed to, or used to go to people's homes to collect waste. But the issue is this. Over the years, I think we have achieved 60% collection rate, 70% collection rate at some time. And these waste are always being buried at the dump site without value. Circular economy, like you mentioned earlier, could have been a term that is just coming, but this is an action that had existed, quite a long time ago. And because it existed quite a long time ago, there may not have been a clear-cut policy on circular economy up until some couple of months ago. So because there was no policy, the circular economy component of waste management was dominated by the informal sector. And the informal sector, I mean those pickers that come to your homes and pick your bottles, those that hang their bags, until about some couple of years ago that you see recyclers show up. At a point, the PSP2 began to, metamorphose into PSP and recyclers. So government spending close to or more than that figure you quoted to collect waste daily and bury it on the dump sites is a disservice to the environment, it's a disservice to the economy of Lagos, and a time will come that government may not have such money to spend. So what is the way forward? The way forward is to rely on circular economy. Now let me come back to Loma's activity. When you look at the waste characterization data of Lagos, at least 2021 data, you'll see that about 50% of Lagos waste is organic. About 38 to 40% of Lagos waste are recyclable, reusable. So if you add it, that's about almost 80-something% or more than that. Those are values, Dr. Lucy. Those are values that are being buried through the activities of collection and disposal of waste, through the activities of linear waste management. And then you look at it critically. You discover that that organic waste, which is 50%, that if it's collected, it can be used to produce organic fertilizer, which we started 2008. The MD mentioned it. It can be used to produce biofuel and biogas, even animal feed. These are things that circular economy can bring in. But currently, we have not yet maximized that potential. Then when you look at other things, I don't want to mention plastics, because plastics and can have their own value. And that value is now is looking at a trajectory that hardly would you see a PET bottle. Even this, my friend's on here, watch out, as soon as you stand up from here, somebody will pick it up because it has value. So what do we do? The thing is this, we have been doing advocacy. We have been talking to the people, creating an awareness that segregate your waste, separate your waste, and all that. But some people will come up to say, after I segregate my waste, I discover that my PSC will come and commingle it together. If you are experiencing that kind of thing, let me see your hand like this. Thank you very much. Now, it means that the way forward, very quickly, I so appreciate the presence of the special advisor here, is to create a value chain, which we are currently working on. That value chain is going to be preceded by a policy that states who is generating what is being generated, even to the point of having partial deregulation of the circular economy market, whereby the values of those things are being partially regulated, whereby those that text it to aggregate it may not have to go to the homes to collect. So what we are doing right now is to advocate, to let the people know that it is value that you are destroying, you are throwing away. And then what has government done specifically to achieve this is by the introduction of Adopt a Bin program. The Adopt a Bin program, let me let you know this, man. The beginning of circular economy in waste management begins from source segregation. And that source segregation will be helped with the presence of bins. And those bins are supposed to be, the temporary storage receptacles, whereby the people would conveniently pick up whatever they want to separate and put inside the bin. And then there should be a culture, a structure that will take it from there, and the cycle continues. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you very much. And I think I would like to pick up on one of the last words you said, convenience. And I think that's how we can really motivate people, by creating convenient solutions. And as you said, that we don't bury the value that is being created, but that we actually make use of this value and bring it back into the economic flow. So thank you very much for that. I would like to stay on the topic of waste management. Lucas Durr, you're here with international experience from Germany, but also other African countries. I would really like to hear from you. You've been part of the German-Nigerian Business Forum yesterday already. We heard a bit of the collaboration also with Lagos State government. What can we learn from international experience? Are there quick wins? And if we have quick wins, what are they? To really support Lagos State, but let's not stay with Lagos, the country towards a more circular economy. And let me not do circular economy, that's a bit too large, but really more effective waste management and supporting the waste management in the aspect of segregation and using the waste that we already have back, bringing it back into the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me here. Very good question. Let me just come back to what we signed yesterday, and it was a big step forward for Lagos State, for Sumla in Nigeria. We are working close together with Sumla in Ghana since many years, and what the guys are doing is really special. Well, from the European perspective, is outstanding, honestly, because what they developed in Ghana during the last years, and now what they are also want to start and copying the complete recycling business here to Lagos is, yeah, really, really chapeau, great job. And circular economy, big topic since ages, and I'm pretty sure, I'm 100% sure that every country can achieve step by step to really achieve having a complete circular economy. But we have to go, as I said, step by step. We can go from A to Z. There's the A, B, C, D, and all the rest. So it is, yeah, transfer of knowledge, yes, definitely. But also let's think about, start with the easier thing. Source segregation, and also, yeah, start with plastics, start with organics, start with just have a recycling plans where you can separate the organics out of the complete household, the plastics, because that's real money, right? You can have the organics, you can produce compost, you can have the plastics, the PETs, all the different things. There's real value. And it's from a complete perspective, global perspective, and wow, it is, we all have to work close together, hand in hand, because otherwise the challenges with the circular economies, also in Europe, I tell you very, very friendly, there are 2 countries in Europe where we have a proper circular economy, and where we really can earn some money out of it, or the operators can earn money out of it. Because all the rest, there's, all right, and let me finish quickly. And as I mentioned, we have to work close together. There are so many opportunities what we can do, especially also with the German RETAC network. And the knowledge transfer is a step, but also there are the technologies. And yeah, let's start, like, as I mentioned, like a copy-paste, but on a step-by-step base.
Thank you so much, Mr. Durr. And I think you were greeted with some Nigerian rain and a storm. I hope we will stay dry, but I think we will. Thank you so much. And particularly, you mentioned we're already on the right track. Plastics as a quick win that I hear, also organics, and bringing organics back, particularly in the area of agriculture. But probably where we can still do more is the scale. So thank you so much for those contributions as well. Dr. Odunsi, you gave us already a very detailed introduction into circular economy and how Integritas is supporting that. I would like to go back to one of the topics that are also quite relevant if you look at the circular economy. On the one hand, we have the waste management that we've mentioned now. We've mentioned the knowledge gaps as well. I want to go back to one other aspect of circular economy, which is the design of products that will enable us to actually reduce waste in the first place. That later on we will have less waste to worry about, or where we look at more reusable products that flow back into the circle, or we just have less virgin material used in new products. And I think we are also talking about a knowledge gap here, but how can we bring in the private sector? How can we create incentives? You mentioned it needs to make economic sense, but how do we actually create that incentive, and how do we encourage innovators, but already existing MSMEs as well, to adopt these models?
Okay, thank you very much, and I hope you're not too tired of hearing my voice. Circular economy is simple, and I think that's what Madam Oshodi was trying to point out. I'm very happy for the very detailed data sets that Dr. Nswabia has put forward as well. You know, to put things into perspective, it's almost like a no-brainer. Waste is generated by everyone and at all strata in all sectors. Finding a way to valorize that, and it's not too far-fetched. I like speaking in terms of examples so that it's not very highfalutin. So take a roadside caterer who is selling drinks on the side. All she has to do, he or she has to do, is make a concerted effort to collect the waste that is being generated by her clientele. Where we tend to have a problem is being able to qualify the data that is coming out of it. Circular economy is not a new phenomenon. It has existed, for the Nigerians in the house, I'm sure we all have a plastic in a plastic in a plastic. We call it just in case I need it. There's a nylon stored in a nylon stored in a nylon somewhere, just in case I need it. We grew up that way. And that essentially is the essence of reducing the waste that you generate. Now, when you scale it to your business, you need to be able to present viable data. And the quickest way to map whatever you are doing is along what we call EESG pathways. It's a framework that you can pick up and understand in a few weeks. Now, understanding your role as an MSME in reporting your impact or your mitigation of that impact or adaptation to that impact generates money. And it generates it in multiple ways. One, there's the commerce of the waste in itself. That means I can trade it for something. It can be a means of barter, okay? We have partnerships that are building where people are saying, we will take recovered waste and give clean cooking energy. Also solving another climate outcome in terms of deforestation, use of firewood predominantly in cooking, and the like. So you find out that waste can truly transit through multiple angles. In terms of, the upstream chain of producing more responsible packaging, the economic argument has to lead as well. Before you require someone to change their injection mold machines, change staff or retrain staff, we must understand that it comes at a cost. And unfortunately, a lot of the principles or a lot of the enforceable policies only focus on planetary outcomes. It has to be balanced. We can sit up here the whole day and say the earth is drowning in plastics and all whatnot. The primary consideration of a for-profit business is this going to be a catastrophic expenditure for me? Am I going to make money doing this?
And the more we can show them that circular economy not only safeguards you from regulatory exposure, it also puts money in your pocket across multiple facets. In fact, you are only making one line of sale when you transfer that good into the market and it disappears. If you find out how to recover it, TGI is here. I can ask how much they spend on sacks every year. It will probably shock you. Now, if there was a way for those sacks to be recovered, that saves on their fiscal balance sheets. So there's cost savings. And because they can now report that we are no longer pushing X tons of waste to landfill and report that according to ESG, they can receive financing, they can enter the plastic credits market, the carbon credits market, they can diversify their earnings. So it is just to understand that circular economy is a simple principle. It works at the last mile the way it works at the first mile. And I will end by saying a very brilliant person once told me, if you want to understand the potential to make money from circular economy, just sit down and think of all the ways that the linear economy is making money now. Every way possible. Somebody is loaning a bike to someone. Someone is giving someone power. Someone is supplying water to someone. And flip it upside down. You will make money along those same reverse channels, and you will make more money doing that, as opposed to going the business as usual route. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. So the key takeaway is really the valorization and ensuring that we can also communicate this value addition to the businesses that need to invest. Thank you so much. And I think with that, I would like to go to our panelist, Mrs. Onanuga, who is representing TGI, Tropical General Invest. And I think we just heard the word invest. And I think every company that wants to do this transition, that wants to be part of the circular economy, that has understood that there's a value in changing the way we do things from the linear to the circular model, there will be some investment needed in one way or the other. And I would like to hear from you, Mrs. Onanuga, what are the key areas you are looking at TGI? You're also responsible for the social responsibility or social corporate responsibility area in the company. What are the key things the company is looking at, and where are you supporting the business community in to support in that transition? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank the organizers for putting this together, because circular economy is a very important piece in the sustainability puzzle. At TGI, Tropical General Investments, we operate in a lot of value chains, and the business has many, many sectors: agribusiness, non-agribusiness, oil and gas and others. I will speak to a few of the investments that we've made for circular economy, but I'll first start by saying that every business has a model, whether they know it or not. And for us, what we did is to, first of all, we mapped out a business model for all of the businesses in this transition journey to, first of all, synthesize our value proposition, right? What are we putting forward as a company, right? And then how do we create this value and deliver it? That was the next step. And the last part for us was, now ensuring that we have a circular economy model rooted into the business strategy with key milestones as we implement with strategic KPIs, right? So that's where we started from. And many aspects of that conceptualization included understanding where your business operates, territorial resources required, social value add-on, and like that for different businesses. But I'll speak more to one of our major investments in circular economy and waste management is in the rice mill. TGI produces big bowl rice, and we are one of the largest producers of rice in Africa. Now, in this facility, we have a cogeneration power production plant where we produce power with steam generation using 100% rice husk from the rice that is processed from the paddy supplied by the farmers. And with this cogeneration power production efficiency, we are able to save on money, first of all. We're able to save on, we reduce carbon emission from fossil fuels, and also just even from, the processing activities themselves. Apart from this, we have a full outgrowers program that is integrated into the supply chain at the local level in the States. And this shows how the local value add is included in the business model. I think I'll stop here for now. There's so many aspects to speak to, but I'll stop here for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for bringing in this perspective, and I love the example you brought in with the rice mill, and where you're really self-sufficient, producing the energy that you need for the production itself. So that's a beautiful example, and I think those are exactly the examples we need to communicate and put out there, that business owners, producers, processors are aware of the economic value of the transition. I think that's the key point. I want to go back, before the rain chases me away, to the topic of policies and the enabling environment, the framework around it. I think, Dr. Nswabia, you mentioned it. It was mentioned several times that we need the framework, we need the policies that will support this transition as well. I think one of the most popular ones is probably the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, where the cost goes back to the producer and is not given back to the society at large. Mrs. Oshodi, in your office, I know you're pushing for quite a lot. How far are we with the EPR, and what other policies do we need to support our transition to a more circular economy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that the Ministry of Environment, and also in conjunction with LOMA, refreshingly have started to look into policies that can help to guide the operationalization of circular economy in itself. We have a regulatory support for circular economy. And like I said again, I think the conversation has really been catalyzed, across the polity. And I imagine that within the next year or two, we will be finding situations where people are looking into ways to repurpose their waste in every form. Not even going deep into the various categories of waste, but when we're saying that 60% of the waste that we generate is organic, then what it means is that the waste that is generated from the household, that is where the power sits. And so a few days ago, apart from what we have in Lagos State as the Climate Action Plan, that essentially just produces the blueprint for what we desire as the development trajectory for Lagos State. We already also begin to look at the policies that are guiding the single use of plastic, and that is also in the pipeline right now. Producers and manufacturers are in the room, and they're beginning to deliberate on how all of the stakeholders within the value chain can benefit from that. Because when you're trying to establish a policy, in the design of a policy, you want it to be just. You want it to be equitable and fair across board. We also have that policy that was put out for the ban on the styrofoams as well. And that hasn't killed us. You know, it has essentially helped the health trajectory in Lagos as well. And it has also helped in all of the drainage blockages too. So things are in place. In our office, like I said, because we have become very, very particular about the development of people. And people development has to do with how do we drive education? How do we enlighten the people? How do we get people to come on board and not be antagonistic towards the policies and the regulations that are being established by government? How do they also begin to see the alternatives and also analyze those alternatives as an option for them, an alternative option that can project them from a financial perspective, can project and position them, you know, for financial benefits, for value, as Dr. Odusi said, waste to X, you know. So if we have the 60% of our waste that is organic, and that organic waste is able to generate compost soil that can be interpreted or that can be used for planting. Even, you know, 2 days ago or 3 days ago on Saturday, I got a young lady who, you know, does a lot of work in that area to help me convert my flower pots into plants that I can use to cultivate vegetables. As of today, I already have my small infrastructure for the conversion of my organic waste of hard-boiled eggshells, my fruits, remnants, my food, right, all in a bucket with sand, you know, and a little bit of already made compost. And that science is so, that chemistry is so great because I have my flower pots that I could easily have put all those blooming flowers, and I have replaced them with celery, with cucumber, with spiral tomato. So I don't even have tomato, we don't even need to have tomato growing on the soil. You can actually have them growing on a spiral basis, on a surface basis, you know, and I have spinach, right? All blooming right now, all coming on my balcony, and I'm waiting to harvest them. And I also have the supply of it from my food compost, my remnants. So let's imagine that we're replicating that model in homes. Not necessarily, you have the rural areas who also generate that volume, that enormous volume of organic waste, the fruits, the leaves, and all of that. But you also have those in apartments and the medium scale areas who can actually take a small area of their balcony and just using those paper cup, those red paper cup party cups that are being used to cultivate these vegetables. We all know the women, we all know what the cost of tomato is outside. So there's a cost reduction and a resource management aspect of that little task. If we replicate 1,000 homes that are doing that, we know the effect of cost management from the landfills, the dump site, because we will reduce that challenge of the PSP barging and combining all of the waste together because there's a gap knowledge in that area. We can reduce that. We can also reduce the cost that comes with enforcement, because even when enforcing these regulations and the policies from the governance perspective, there's a cost to it. So I keep saying that the power is shifting back to the household within the communities. And the way that we can embrace this power for it to be valuable and to be productive and to be beneficial is to also look at models and ways that we can save costs of expenditure in groceries and the things that we can need in the house, and also optimizing the health organic edibles that we will ordinarily buy, and also then, helping the government by reducing costs so that they can divert those costs into some other infrastructure within the polity. So there's the role of policy that is in the pipeline, and there's quite a number of other ones that are coming, and we're going to be, rolling out a policy on plastic. We're going to be rolling out policies on, even when you're buying goods from the shop right now, there's a policy that is coming out in the use of carrier bags right now. You're going to have to be going to your shop for your grocery shopping with your own bag. Otherwise, you get to carry it with your hands. This is some of the things that are happening in other African countries. So policies are in place. They are coming in gradually, but more than anything, the awareness and the sensitization is really, really necessary, so that by the time you are caught within the net, or you become a default, you're defaulting, that means that you probably have scaled through all the levels of recycling, reusing, repurposing that is available to you as knowledge, and you have no reason not to be punished for it.
Thank you so much. And I think this is the well-known carrot and stick approach, where we have the policies that are needed, but we also have the incentives. And I think we need to communicate the incentives, of course, so that we don't even get caught in the first place. Thank you so much. And I think you spoke about the very nice organic waste model, and I would like to go back to Mrs. Onanuga and the example you mentioned and the experience you have in agriculture and the waste to wealth for the agriculture community, and how can you, with the experience that you have, also bring in the more small-scale agric industries and ensure that the model that you have can actually be replicated further?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So first of all, the communities we've had to do, and we still do, a lot of training, right? Information is very powerful, and working with very important stakeholders in the communities who are an integrated and an important part of any agribusiness supply chain. The company, I would say, is indirectly responsible for their knowledge, making sure that they are informed, and then equipping them with the know-how on how to ensure that waste is integrated. And I'll give you a few examples. I've talked about rice before, but I'll talk about it again. We have integrated a brisket making program into the rice program that we have. So apart from rice, we also operate in the share value chain. Value chain expansion is very important to understand how do we explore other, value that this particular fruit can bring. People don't even know that share is a fruit before it becomes a nut, before it becomes a kernel. What people call share nuts are actually share kernels, right? That have been, it's like the third level of the fruit in itself. And we had to do a value chain expansion, understanding that when the fruit itself is falling to the ground, before it falls to the ground, an animal probably ate the fruit and left the nuts there, and then the women pick up the nuts before they take it to their homes, boil them, and then get the kernels, dry them. Now, the nut shell in itself is very good as a biomass supply, so they use it for fire, they use it to reheat, but this, we have had to teach them to know how to do this in a way that is not also alternatively still destroying the environment. And we've had conversations with organizations on clean cook stoves for these processes. We've also had soap making, right? Training the communities that this waste that you put away, for example, in our cocoa operating systems, we have, a very large cocoa program where the pit from the cocoa pod in itself can be very useful for soap making. A lot of people don't know that that actually goes into black soap production. Teaching them to take these byproducts and use them effectively. We have a totally different supply chain for byproducts such as broken rice that come from rice production. So we try as much as possible to make sure that the communities, they understand. I will also talk about the organic sesame. I've heard a lot of organic on this panel today, and that's very exciting. We own one of the, we have an organic sesame farm actually, where we produce sesame in Nigeria, and it's organic certified, where we are able to export the sesame to Europe as organic certified sesame, organic certification from EcoCert actually. Now, in this program, in the community where we are, for the first time, some of the farmers in those areas got to understand how we can use compost from cow manure for fertilizer without applying synthetic pesticides that actually deplete the soil. Crop rotation is a very important part of organic production. Most of these farmers do intercropping, where they plant multiple crops at the same time without doing anything about soil regeneration or soil enhancement. These are activities that we have taught the farmers to carry out off-season, because some of them can't afford irrigation practices. Also, we open up their understanding to see, apart from this particular crop that you do, because of your location, what other thing can you do to make sure that you're also making money? Because one of our sustainability pillars is financial inclusion, right? There's no global or financial economy without the local economy. We say that all the time. These are some of the things that we do to ensure that they understand. Some of them don't want to use synthetic pesticides anymore. We have a cow path on the farm. We didn't close it down. We kept it there to ensure that there's an integrated, should I say, local circular economy going on in there. So there's a lot more to say, but I'll just stop here for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I take away as well that any learning and training or capacity needs to be adapted to the local situation so that it actually has maximum effect.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Most important. Thank you.
So because of time, I know we started late, but we also don't want to cut the discussion short. I would like to go back to Loma and Dr. Nswabia, your work that you're doing. We know that there's a lot of innovation already happening, also tech-enabled innovation that's supporting the waste collection, particularly in the area of plastic waste collection. A lot is happening already, and we know you're working with the private sector. You mentioned already earlier on, you're working closely with the private sector. But how can we expand it so that more of the waste is, in the end, separated effectively? You mentioned it. It's one of the major challenges, the actual separation in itself. How can we encourage the private sector to go back into this sector and invest and be part of the ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you very much. I still want to go back to what Dr. Dunsi said, and I added that a businessman does not go into business to make money, but he goes to business to maximize money. So whatever the environmental consciousness will be, the private sector will first look at the profitability of that policy, the profitability of that program before they come in. And so we realize that out of these 6,500 metric tons of organic waste generated daily, that the private sector will be interested in converting them to biogas, biofuel, organic fertilizers, and things like that. But that it must be profitable before you can bring them in. And so let me still dwell on that organic waste. And then we now had to come up with a model that will not wait until the organic waste is sorted from the source. So what did we do? We identified sources we call single waste, single stream organic sources. Those are places like Major Market, places like Oyibo Market, like Idioro Market. Those are places like Yanoba Market and other places that they generate 95% organic waste. That also include places like major abattoirs, places like poultry, piggery, and then some industrial premises that we know generate more of organic waste. And so we started mapping the organic waste. And after the mapping, we have come up with a report that about 2,635 metric tons of organic waste is generated daily from single source. And so what we now need to do, or what we are doing rather, is to look for places where we can have collection centers. So if we aggregate these organic waste at these collection centers, it is very easy to get an investor to say, out of these 6,000 metric tons, we can give you 500 tons daily on this. That is what an investor is ready to collect. And again, in recycling and circular economy, like I said earlier, however beautiful is the program, if it is not profitable, the private sector will not come in. And the government will not always subsidize businesses or private sector. They can, be involved at the incubation stage. But then what do we do to make that investor coming to invest in a business that is sustainable, that can last, that pay the bills, and then the next generation will come back and meet the same business. And that is one problem we had initially when we started with plastics. And we discovered that if you allow the investors to go sorting for plastics, the cost of transportation is going to be so much that the value, like Dr. Nusi said, will be less than the selling price of that plastic. So we came up with some innovations in the past. We came up with an app that was to enhance collection. But right now, we have gone beyond that kind of app, where I'm sure MD mentioned it at his beginning of his stage, that we are looking at a possibility of having collection centers around the state. You will see that the collection centers you are seeing, if you are moving from Mile 2 to Okoko to Badagry, you see that there are informal settings where people aggregate waste and all that. But Loma is going to use their facilities to build collection centers. And these collection centers will encourage people to come in to drop their waste, their recyclables at a fee that will be, fruitful for them, profitable for them, And when we are able to segregate and aggregate, then investment will be easy. And investors will come in and pick it up from there. And to add to it, we also know that for circular economy to function very well, you cannot create a product that does not have market. So we need to create trading platforms. We don't need to be involved as government agency in the processing of plastics. We don't need to be involved in handling the plastics, but we create a platform, a regulatory platform, and a monitoring platform, whereby when the sorting centers are created, then we are able to regulate it and bring in, off-taking process that in such a way that I said earlier that we are also looking at partial deregulation so that we can regulate the price to be profitable. That is the only thing that will make our investors to come in and take our waste and then invest it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So make it as easy as possible for the investors to come in. Thank you so much. Then I would like to extend the question to Lucas Durr. You are part of the RETEC network. And I know you're already also in exchange with the Nigerian private sector. How can we learn from the network that you are part of, RETEC? We know that in networks or associations or cooperatives, there's a lot of learning happening within, but you're also competitors. How does the network work effectively, and how can the Nigerian private sector active in waste management and recycle also learn some of the experiences you've gained in RETEC?
Yeah, thank you for the question. RETEC partnership founded already 25 years ago. The idea was during the time four German companies mainly focused on the environment and waste sector had the idea really to build a network, open the doors for export markets, but also start the transfer of knowledge. So, and yeah, during the last 25 years, the network was growing. We have now more than 140 members, and we yeah, we never stop finding more members and also finding more places for the and countries for the transfer of knowledge. What we recently did, for example, just in Indonesia. In Indonesia, it's the same topic, building up a circular economy, and we started from the scratch. Now had the first big result that the government in Indonesia really signed a paper with the RATAC that we work hand in hand together, and that's also here. I think it was 2 years ago at the same place. We also started the first talks with the Waste Association here, also to start a transfer of knowledge, what we can do, what we can learn as a RATAC from the local companies, and also vice versa, how can we support the local private sector. And the thing is, well, it sounds quite easy, and it's very easy. It's all about education. So, as we heard before, it's a learning process. We have to start in schools. What it means, what is waste, how can we generate waste, how we can get the real value out of the waste, right? Especially with the organics, it's so simple. And even with plastics, how can we collect, and what can we do? So I'm here the whole week. I just can tell, if you really want to start the transfer of knowledge, the transfer of even of the complete machinery to learn more about it, how we really achieve the goals together, speak with RATAC, come to us, and we're always finding a way how we can work close together.
Thank you so much. And it's all about catching them young and really using the experience we have and transferring that knowledge. I would like to also open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay, we have some questions. I would collate a few questions. And if you can, please, if you get the microphone. Okay, there's another question. Do we have microphones? And please address the question to a particular panelist. So on the far right over there.
Yeah, good day. My name is Ayomide. I'm a student of Lagos State University of Science and Technology. I'm studying actuarial science. So the problem in my school is that we don't even have a proper waste management. When you buy something from the activities, either a bottle of water or a biscuit, there's not even a place or a waste disposal that you can drop it. You have no choice than to drop it on the floor. Or even in my class, there's no waste bin. When you eat, when you drink anything, you drop it on the floor. If you don't want to drop it on the floor, you throw it at the back of the class. So it will be in the compound of the school environment. Whereas I've been trying to stop that within my class. I have limited resources, limited knowledge. So I've been trying to create awareness in my own faculty, which is social science. But still yet, students, they show strong-head, and they like to ignore whatever you say to them. So now I'm now trying to ask the Lagos State agencies that are here that how can you just come in to help us in our school to, help us manage our waste properly. And about the monetization, I'm interested, in making money from waste management in my school as a student that wants to make a change. But still yet, money is important.
Thank you very much for those two questions. I think at the left
So do
hand
we
side,
take all the questions
let's
once?
take a few questions and then answer them together.
Good day. My name is Joseph Abiodun. I'm the managing partner on Top Hill Waste Management. Good. My question goes to the Loma. I want to know the time that they are going to start the collection center in Lagos. Thank you. And the area.
Thank you for this very specific and short question. So there's a lady on the left.
Good day, everyone. My name is Amidu Mohammed, and I run Plastic Build Creative Solutions Limited. We are a waste to wealth company. So my question is around green economy investment. We all know that sustainability products, even though we are making them from waste in a way, they are quite expensive. And you can't always blame the producers or innovators around this economic constraint. So is there any way the government or private investors can come in with a subsidy on sustainable products so that it's easily acceptable to the low-income class? Because every people usually say that what is made from waste, why is it expensive? But we can't help it. It's the production, cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then maybe one last question. There's a lady on the same row. Thank you.
Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I'm Mrs. Cynthia Saka. I'm into waste recycling and production of domestic plastic. My factory is situated in OPK State, Sagbara. My question goes to the SA to Governor on circular economy. Actually, I can see the efforts of the state government on bottle, trying to create a spot for picking of the bottle. But is there any plan? Because most of these bottles, after picking them in this country, I discovered they export most of them out of this country, either by crushing or by compacting it. Is there any plan on ground that we can use it here? We can produce finished products from it, like t-shirts, like bags, and so on and so forth, as they do outside the country. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we close the questions for now and leave the panelists some time to answer.
Okay, I'll take the first one.
Okay.
First and foremost, well done. You are seeing in what I call color ESG. All right? If you are ahead of the pack, if you are seeing the dangers, if you are seeing the looming threats, you are better than a lot of people. And you've hit the problem that I think everybody on this panel probably hit at a point in time, which is human behavior. You know, I understand fully well your mates probably have heckled you, they've made fun of you and all whatnot. But at the end of the day, take it from all the panelists here that well done. You've taken the first bold step. The next thing I will tell you is institutionalize your process. Even if it is a business name, if it is an NGO, register it. Okay? So that your efforts are reportable and recognizable. That is the receptacle by which you can attract whatever funding or support you are looking for. So you need to be a bankable entity. It is one of my biggest problems in the secular innovation space. A lot of people are not bankable. And it has fomented a very grant-heavy, grant-demanding process. Circular economy is so large that within a few, if you adopt the right steps, you should become a growth-scale business very quickly. Because remember, you are dealing with something that is produced every day. I can't imagine the quantum of waste that is at the back of your classroom now. If I could tell you that, oh, your NGO, all your NGO needs to promise is everyone who puts their waste in this particular provided bin will get airtime and data. Wouldn't your mates cooperate with you? So for you to be able to execute such programs and for you to be able to, come in partnership with other entities, you first and foremost, after identifying the problem, don't romanticize the problem. Become bankable. What they are making fun of you of or for, make money from it. And then that changes that economic argument. What you are not presenting to them now is an economic argument. And that's why it seems so hard. And I've just given you one line of incentive, which is waste to X that I talk about. All right? On your own side of things, that waste that you're aggregating can be traded, commerce. You are making money from it. There is a brand that you can put forward. Banks can support, government can support. You are drawing in funding. And if you do it, if you manage to do it across the university, which is scale, then there's value in what is called the green markets as well. You know, and this is, we're talking about USD earnings. This is not even Naira-based earnings. So there are so many layers to it, but well done first and foremost. Become a bankable entity. If possible, go around all the canteens in your school. Have receptacles there. Start by understanding the size of the problem. So when anybody comes to you and says, what do you want? You are speaking in terms of data, not altruism. Not, oh, I see this happen, and I'm like, oh, young man, so how much waste are we talking about? Am I coming in as a nano investor, as a micro investor, as a macro investor? You need to be able to present yourself, okay, as valuable to that funder. And then you see that funding is not a difficult conversation. We just make it seem so. Hope that answers your question.
I think I would like to add to that. While you are going on that drawing board to establish as an entrepreneur, based on what he has said, I'm sure your school now would have been like a dump site in some places. And there's this fear of escalation in terms of the consequences of waste being piled up. So I would suggest two things. Number one, get across to somebody I'm going to point hand to right now, immediately after this. She's going to link you up with the structures that ensure that your school is first of all clean. And then number two, she will link you up with the circular economy expert, LOMA registered recycler within that area, so that he can mentor you. He can take you through to be able to come up with that kind of business plan. Mr. Adeyemo, you are here. Please, can you just stand up, please? And if you permit me, I will give her your number. Please, can you stand up? See her immediately after this, so that your school can be, attended to in terms of immediate cleanup. We don't want cholera or anything to happen there. Thank you very much. And another question I want to answer. Yes, I like that. So many people will not be bold enough to come up and say, my waste is not collected. Nobody will say that. Another thing is that the circular economy roadmap has stages, phases, which we have concluded the first phase. The design of the collection centers are ready. I believe that the MD would answer that and is around, but before the end of next quarter of the next year, you'll see about 6 of them would have sprung up in the places that they have earmarked. It is not an intention. It is something that has begun. Only that until you see it built, then you know that it is built. So I don't want to talk more on that. You can meet MD2 to assure you of the availability of the collection centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very hands-on linkages and solutions provided. I think there was one additional question on the using plastics that are collected and introducing new products.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. It's even more exciting, or very, very proactive answers are coming across the board right now for our intending enthusiasts. I think that the school is a very, very formidable and very strategic way to start with the knowledge transfer that is needed. There's a huge amount of population that sits within our tertiary, primary, and secondary school. And if they can start to imbibe the principles of circular economy, then they can take this back into their homes, into their household, and they can influence the decision around the sorting and the management, the waste management practices in the home. So every person, and I think that the economic argument is really, really good to drive this behavioral attitude. We can get our young ones to start business practices, in this area, so that when they see how much of viability they can get, other of their contemporaries can also latch in on it. So kudos to Loma, and thank you for proactively also calling out the people who are involved so that they can begin to interface with them. Also, so concerning the question of plastic and the recycling of plastic, I dare to say that we already have, even though, like Dr. Dusi said, that a business enterprise would always want to optimize their profits. So on one end, we have those who actually export those plastics. But we also have those who grind and, there's this baling, this machine, Loma, they should be able to, tell us. They do this baling and the crushing, of these PET bottles into pellets. I know one or two of our enterprises. We have a network that is called the Economy Business Network. And quite a number of them, if not about 50% of our 400 green economy enterprise within the Office of Climate Change and Circular Economy, work within the PET area. And there are two of them who actually work with this pellet. And I'm sure that there are more of those people. The conversion of PET bottle goes in various sectors. It goes in construction, Lafarge and Julius Berger can testify to what they use in off-taking PET bottle pellets and plastic sources, plastic materials in line with the construction and their production. There are also Coca-Cola. If we speak to FIBRA today, I can assure you that there are quite a number of our FMCGs who collect their materials through the recovery process, and they repurpose those bottles back into the cycle for their production or for their repackaging. But I think where the gap is, once again, is number one, in the utilization on the household basis, where they begin to sort. Secondly, because we do not see the value that is inherent on a local basis, quite a number of people would prefer to export. And of course, you and I know that when they export, they're not talking in Naira, they're talking in Forex. So they're able to optimize their profits and their fund from that. But what will help us mitigate that will be in the volume of numbers. As of today, I'm already harvesting bottles in my home. And the truth is that we're waiting on Loma. Not only Loma, but we also need to get more business enterprises to develop collection centers. So there's that intersection between us sensitizing the average person, the individual, the young person, the young and MSME, to start to collect so that they are able to exchange the value of these PET bottles and every category of waste, but also the infrastructure that needs to be in place so that it is convenient, it is accessible, and it is affordable for them to go to the next few yards or the next perimeter to go and exchange their bottles for whatever, whether social subsidy or for transport or for funding. So it's also an opportunity to call out our businesses. It's also an opportunity to call out for new entrants into the business, to say that collection centers is what we need. Collection centers is the way to go. We cannot have enough of collection centers. I can assure you that Loma will not give us all of the collection centers that we need, because we're talking 57 local governments. Within those 57 local governments, there are at least 30 to 37 different communities within the axis of walkable axis and radius. So if a collection center is not walkable, if it is not accessible, if it is not affordable, if it is not beneficial, you're not going to get people to harvest their waste and be able to haul their waste to that next place. Dr. Disi was talking about the cost, the time, the convenience. All of those are factors that would aid the decision or our inducement, to be able to jump on that ladder of circular economy and be able to live that sustainable life. So there's a role for businesses to play. There's a role for government to play. Government can begin to position those collection centers so that we can see, we can play out. There's a show and tell for people to see that, oh, if Mushi has a collection center, it seems like they have a big infrastructure. There are nano and small and micro enterprises that can also replicate what government is doing so that they can do it on the side and then they can begin to scale. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much. There was one question regarding the high cost of producing circular products and possibility of...
Yes, I think Dr. Odrisi should take that.
Okay.
Maybe we keep it very short because of time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Amidu is a good friend of mine. We meet a lot at these conferences, and it goes back to the same thing. I'll keep it short and brief. There's a cost to production, which cannot be taken away. There's a cost to funds, which cannot be taken away. You've invested money, time, effort into this. Now, in terms of subsidies, subsidies depend on an excess. There's no point in governance or in private sector where anybody's expressing an excess. What I will advise that an innovator like yourself does is request access to market. There are people that can buy at your current rates, and it is reportable as an ESG outcome. So companies are buying souvenirs every year. Christmas is coming. There are special days. I believe innovators at this point in time should have a sort of catalog. I was very happy that Dr. Nsovia mentioned a marketplace. We also need to understand that purchasing needs to be convenient. You want to buy something now, you hop on Jumia or Konga and it's delivered to you, you are asleep in your house. You need to put that level of convenience on the table as well. So gather together, even if it's to form some association or something, put up a website, all right? And then farm that website out to lovely entities like AHK and DGIC, So when they are considering their procurement for next year, they know that, okay, we are buying sustainable souvenirs. We're buying sustainable inventory. Because I think last year I did an audit, a circular audit for the Dutch consulate. And one of the major problems that came up was we just don't know where to find circular vendors, that can produce at a certain quality and rate that we can then reliably depend on. Reliability is key. You can't say I have 50 goods today, then tomorrow is 2 goods. Nobody will engage you as a serious-minded business. So I will advise that the subsidy model may not work because the economy is not experiencing an excess, and reality says that, everybody is tightening their purse strings. But if you create that sort of visibility and marketplace and drive it as an ESG or an environmental spend, as a green quality spend, that people can as well report and say, oh, I spent 1 million naira, patronizing green businesses. It brings value to them and it brings value to you as well.
Thank you so much for that summary. I think yes, and I think all the panelists deserve a round of applause. So we've heard about making it easy for investments. We've heard about catching them young. We've heard about the need for collaboration and working together. And at this point, I would like to say thank you for all the panelists, for you participants taking your time to be part of this discussion. Thank you to the organizers of the event as well, for making this panel possible in the first place. I think at this point, another round of applause, please, for the panelists.
All right, thank you. Please, panelists, can we please have a moment of pictures? All right, please, the paparazzi guys, can you please get closer to the stage? Let's have pictures for them. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do better than that. Please appreciate our panelists and also the moderator one more time. Thank you very much. I know that a lot is running through your minds and your horizon has a bit been broadened this afternoon. I'm sure that before you leave this place, you would have one or two insights. At least if I did not pick anything from everything that was said, I think to a very large extent, the young man who asked the question as a student got clarity on how to move from waste to wealth. And that is very impressive. I was a bit concerned about the fact that I was more concerned about the monetary part of getting waste from waste to money. All right, that's a very big one anyways. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, one more time before the panelists leave the platform, can we one more time appreciate them by putting our hands together for them, please? Thank you. All right, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that your minds are so clustered with a lot that you've heard today. It will be very imperative that we have a moment of recess, all right? So I think for 15 minutes, I'd like you all to please move around, say hello to people close to you, network with people, get to know those from the state government that are here. Those that are in private sector, you can also converse with them. It is a moment for lunch break. If you have the tag, you can as well get to the stand and then get something to eat. In 15 minutes, we'll be back to proceed with the next presentation, and afterwards get into the panel section number 2. Thank you very much. Our panelists and the moderators, they are ready to do justice to the next panel section, as well as the person that is going to present next also, Stephanie Iwinze. All right, please can we make our way towards the boat stand and then get something to refresh ourselves a bit before we come back. Thank you. All right. Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please can we all converge even as we get to the other part of the summit. If you're under the sound of my voice, can you please come forward? I'd like us to please return back to our seats even as we proceed with other presentations and panel sections. Those at the rear, those at the boat stand, please can we all make our way to the conference platform? Thank you very much. Please, if you can hear me, we'd like those that are still at the boat section to please join us. We're about to get started. Those presenting and those that are going to join the next panel section are ready, and they would like to see those faces of persons that were asking questions. So please make your way back to this platform so we can continue. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, would like to ensure that everyone is carried along. Please, can we make our way down here? Thank you very much. We are about to get started. All right, the next presentation for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, would be from the United Nations Global Compact presentation, UNGC. And taking us on that, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, I'd like to please make welcome on the stage the program's associate, United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not busy, can we put our hands together for Stephanie Iwunzi? Please put your hands together for her. She comes forward, please. Thank you.
Pleasure to be here today. My name is Stephanie Iwunze, and I serve as the Programs Associate for the UN Global Compact Network here in Nigeria. I bring you greetings from the Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Network in Nigeria, Ms. Naomi Nwokolo, who is unavoidably absent today. So before we go on to our panel session, which is going to be starting shortly, I would like to give us a brief introduction into how the UN Global Compact started 24 years ago in Davos. So the then Secretary General, who is Kofi Annan, reached out to a group of 40 CEOs and explained to them the need to have a human face to the global markets. So at the time, 40 CEOs came together with the UN to form what we now have as the UN Global Compact. And so together they devised a set of principles or values that would form the basis upon which responsible businesses would operate. These principles cover 4 major sectors of work: human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. And they are at the heart of the UN Global Compact, of course, alongside the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. So at the time, every CEO, and even now, every CEO of participating companies of the UN Global Compact commits to embedding these principles into their business strategy and business operations, ensuring that while they're making profits, they're also ensuring that they are including sustainability into their strategies and into their practices. And so over time, we've grown, and now we are in over 160 countries with 116 networks across the globe, and working with over 20,000 businesses and 3,800 non-businesses. And so we know that a lot of work has gone into ensuring that we're moving towards our sustainability goals in 2030. However, there's still so much that needs to be done, and that's why it's important for us to move forward faster, at least before we get to 2030. And so with only 6 years left to achieving the SDGs, many West African countries face the risk of falling short, and water insecurity is closely linked to food security, public health, and energy access. And the situation is further exacerbated by climate change. The water emergency in Africa is largely climate-induced. Erratic rainfalls, droughts, and floods have disrupted water balances in key river basins like the Niger and the Volta, increasing competition for water among agriculture, industry, and domestic use. In response to these water challenges, the CEO Water Mandate has served as the UN Global Compact initiative to mobilize business leaders and learners to address the issue. The mandate was created with the acknowledgement that cross-sectoral collaboration on shared water values is the most effective path to a more sustainable water resource management, and the private sector can be a very valuable and essential partner in this effort. So by committing to sustainable water management practices, businesses are able to safeguard their operations and set the stage for broader economic and social benefits. And so the panel session, which would be following my presentation, which will be tagged Transforming Wash Challenges and Investment Opportunities, will explore how strategic investments and corporate leadership in water stewardship can unlock the potential of water resources in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. So leveraging on the theme of the West African Clean Energy and Environment Conference and Trade Fair for this year on stimulating green economy investments, the panel session will address the foundational challenges of underinvestments in water infrastructure. It will also explore innovative strategies, successful case studies, and the necessary policy environment to unlock the full potential of water resource development in West Africa. And so the impactful area, so the goal is to identify pathways that make the water sector not just WASH, which is water and sanitation hygiene, a commercially viable and impactable area for private sector engagement, ultimately supporting sustainable development goals across the region. So in a nutshell, we know that businesses are out for profit. So how do we ensure that the WASH sector is economically viable for them to actually want to put their money into? If I'm a business person, I wouldn't want to invest in something that isn't going to give me funds. So how can we transition the conversation around WASH from a social concept to an economical viable industry? And so I don't know if I should call up the moderator or if the MC would go ahead with this. So without further ado, we're going to go into the panel session today. They'll be moderated by Ms. Omoyemi Olayiwola, who is the Director of Research, Policy and Innovation for Green Building Council, Nigeria. Thank you very much and have a great day.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, please. I'd like to make this very important information, please. To all our partners and friends, those that are here, those that are exhibiting, would like to plead with you that we have time and section for every of these activities, all right? So please, on every of the exhibition stand, can we please cease for now and then have our guests and friends come back to their seats? Thank you very much. Thank you. And also to those who are responsible for the lunch, can we stop serving for now? Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, can we all converge back to our seats? Thank you. If you are participating in this summit, can you please come back to your seats? Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the purpose of which we came is so that we can gain insight into what we are doing. So please, thank you very much. To those at the rear, thank you. Please come back to your seat. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead us on the panel section, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, as already introduced, please, one more time, can we put our hands together for Omoyemi Olayiwola? Please put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, and everyone who is an active participant here this afternoon. I'm honored to, be moderating this discussion on behalf of the United Nations Global Compact Center. We're talking about transforming WASH, which is an acronym for water, sanitation, and hygiene. The challenges and the possible investment opportunities. We all know that water and hygiene is very crucial in alignment to SDG 6, which pretty much talks about improved water quality and ensuring that we have access to safe water and hygiene. We'll be exploring today as we gather here, and then we've called the panelists up to discuss the challenges and also explore untapped opportunities that lie within these challenges. Of course, within every challenge, there is always opportunities. WASH is not just for humanitarian concern, but also it's an investment opportunity for every one of us here. And this afternoon, we'll be joined by esteemed leaders, experts, who will be discussing about transforming water stewardship as a key component for business growth and as a strategy to development. The first panelist I'm going to be inviting up this afternoon would be, Engineer Adefemi Adedimeji. He's the General Manager of the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office. Engineer Adefemi is a renowned wastewater management expert with over 2 decades of leadership in the Lagos State government. Currently, he serves as the General Manager of the Lagos State Water Management Office, where he handles, and he had previously held key roles as the Director of Technical Services at the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission. He has a bachelor's degree in chemical and polymer engineering from Lagos State University, as well as a postgraduate diploma in civil engineering and an MBA from the University of Lagos. He's a chartered member of the Council of Registered Engineers in Nigeria, a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers. Engineer Afolabi is affiliated with several international organizations, including the Water Environment Federation and the International Water Association. He has also been recognized as a sanitation safety planning facilitator for Lagos by the World Health Organization. With a warm round of applause, can we welcome Engineer Adefemi on the panel session. The second panelist I'll be inviting, I don't know. Okay, so I would also be calling on the second panelist to join us here, who will be Mr. Adebayo Alao, representing Ms. Evelyn Mayer, who is the Country Director of Water Aid Nigeria. Mr. Adebayo Alao is the Program Team Lead of Water Aid Nigeria. I don't know if he's in the room. Oh yes, you're welcome. Please join us on stage. Thank you. The third panelist I'll be inviting will be Ms. Ogochukwu Adimora. She's a wash specialist with a, she's not here, okay. Okay, I'll call on Mrs. George. Is she here? Okay, Mrs. Soramida, Oluwa Soramida George is the Director of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability at Coca-Cola HBC. She is also the chairperson of the UN Global Compact Nigeria. She is the co-chair of the CEO Water Mandate Council representing the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Mrs. George was the first female corporate affairs and sustainable business director with Unilever. She was the first ED of the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation. She's also the first female chairman of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. She is the co-founder of Corporate Social Responsibility and Governance Institute. She is a member of the ISEC Nigeria Board of Advisors, a fellow of the Wimborne Institute. She is also an adjunct member of the faculty at the School of Media and Communication, Pan-Atlantic University. Welcome, the representative of Mr. John. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, so representing Mrs. Judge will be Mr. Samuel. He's the head of communications at the Nigerian Bottling Company. You're welcome. That's all, okay. Wow. I'm the only female here. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, we will just go right into the conversation and the discussion this afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So, like as part of the introduction into this panel session, we have someone who works with the government. We have someone who works with the civil society here represented, and we also have the private sector. So which is going to, it's a good way to look at it because it almost, it represents a good number of the stakeholders in the room and the kind of information that we want to have as we participate in this discussion. So I'm going to take it from Water Aid. Mr. Adebayo, you work as the program team lead at Water Aid Nigeria. Just in 2 minutes as an introduction, can you tell us, everyone in the room, what you do as it aligns with water, sanitation, and hygiene? Just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I've been introduced, my name is Adebayo Alao. I am a wash expert and also an environment, water, and sanitation consultant. Maybe over 25 years of work experience in the wash sector in Nigeria. I've had the opportunity of working with many development organizations like UNICEF, like the European Union, and the USAID projects, and many more. I've worked with the European Union as a water and sanitation consultant, and today I head the Lagos office or the Lagos program of Water Aid Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, Mr. Engineer Defemi, please, can you also tell us about your work at Laswamo? A couple of people might not be familiar with what you do in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for inviting me. Okay, the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office is a state actor, and we are the government side of practitioner, service provider in managing sanitation in Lagos. And we have been set up by Part 9 of the Lagos State Environmental Management and Protection Law 2017. And our mandates are to provide wastewater management service in Lagos State. That means the issue of fecal sludge, the issue of wastewater management, the issue of collection, the issue of treatment and disposal of fecal waste is our mandate, and that is what we are out to do. And we also provide infrastructure, treatment of wastewater in Lagos State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm aware that you also do approvals, end-to-end checks when people do, putting the infrastructure in place. Thank you. Mr. Samuel, please tell us in 2 minutes, Head of Communications, NBC, what do you do? You're an FMCG, you put a beverage company, and you work with water essentially a whole lot.
Yeah.
So just briefly tell us what you do.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, like you rightly said, Nigerian Bottling Company, or in some cases, we also refer to as Coca-Cola Hellenic Bottling Company. It's a group of companies that operates in 29 countries, Europe and in Africa. As you can imagine, obviously, water is a very important resource to us. It's a key ingredient in what we produce, and we use it in just every aspect of our operations, and that's the reason why we consider water pretty critical. And to a large extent, it's also central when it comes to sustainability and our activities around sustainability.
Thank you. So, we just go into the conversation, Mr. Debayo. I'm going to move to you. Water is very essential for daily living. And we're all aware that without water, you can literally do nothing. But despite that, we live around a huge water body. Take Lagos, for example. We're blessed with such a huge water, and everybody would expect that water should be everywhere. It should be clean. It should be accessible. But, studies say that almost close to 411 million people in Africa still do not have access to clean, potable water. We just want you to tell us, what are the major challenges that people experience in order to have access, to water, clean water? And what are the challenges that we're experiencing in Africa? And what is it that, is delaying or is hindering this access and not making it possible to everyone?
Thank you very much for the question. I would like to use the word of the late Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso that said, we either choose between champagne for a few or water for all. And if we ask everyone in the room, I am sure who we want to go for water for all. Now, if we want water for all, there is one critical thing that needs to be done. And in this context, the government holds the ace. Because every other person in this business is a partner. The main owner of the resource, which is water in this case, is the government. We have a law that says every resource in the country belongs to the government. Therefore, the first thing we expect, even as partners in the sector, is for government to have a very comprehensive and a smart plan to make water available to everyone. What is serving as a challenge to us that are partners with government is mostly that plan is missing. And for you to put in place a plan, you must understand the context. You must understand the categories of the different users of water. There are those that their interest is water for business, water for production, like my colleague here from MBC. Their interest is water for production. But for you and I at home, our interest is water for me to drink. For others that are into other businesses, their interest is how do I get water for my production and whatever I do. So there are different layers of users of water. And so government needs to understand this and be able to come up with a very comprehensive plan of how each category of user of water can meet their demand. That plan is in most cases what is missing. What we have in place today is mostly ad hoc plans, or what I may refer to as maybe a political plan. Political plan in the sense that you can see document that will say we're going to provide water for X number of people between this period and that period. And by the time you look at that period has elapsed and you ask the question, what happened to that plan? So most time or sometimes you may have the plan or the government have the plan, but it's just resting on the shelf. So the political will to even implement the plan that you have put in place is also lacking. So number one, we do not have a very comprehensive plan that can address all the challenges of water supply. We do not have it. What we have is, like I said, they are either ad hoc plans. We want to meet these people quickly, and we rush to put something to happen. Oh, we want to make water available, and this is how we're going to do it. You have very beautiful strategy, but it's resting on the shelf without being implemented. So for me, the greatest challenge is there is no comprehensive plan that can address all the issues of water supply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You emphasize that there is, to put it simply, no framework. It might end up being a policy said somewhere, but at the end of it, there is no plan to execute. But if there is a divide, if you look at the social strata, for instance, in the cities where we live, you have the elites, the high income earners, the people who are able to provide their own water end to end. They're able to do the boreholes, they're doing the treatments, they're making sure that when Lasoamo is treating effluent, it's not, they're able to do that. How about the rural, the low income earners? They don't understand framework or policy. They just want water. So what is stopping their own basic access to water? Because, for us to be looking at the sustainable goals, Stephanie mentioned it, that we're just 6 years away from it. And if by now we don't even have the frameworks and the policy in place, how do we now get the water, the access to it, and then now even make it portable? I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Debayo, because I want us to look at the people at the grassroots. There's somebody here thinking, oh, there's no business in water. Water is everywhere. There are tankers, there are this. But the water is not even clean. It's not potable. It can't be used for all users. It can't be used for cooking. Somebody still needs to process it. So tell us, the average person on the road in 1 minute, what are the challenges they're having? Is it an economic challenge or is just pure unavailability of water?
Okay, thank you very much. Again, your question and my answer still refers to what I said earlier. Even the high income earners, they still need that plan of government to be able to, for them to phase out. For many of us that have boreholes at home, I'm sure you are coupling with all the challenges that comes with it. It is not in your own desire to have a borehole. And we all know that there is a geological implication for boreholes being drilled everywhere. And if care is not taken, government, Lagos is going to experience that implication very soon. It's a matter of time. All the boreholes may start to dry up, all of them move to one particular area and so on like that. There are those implications. So even for those people, we are supposed to have a plan that will take care of their water needs, not to even talk of those that are in the rural that you are talking about. So the question is, do we know the number of rural areas that need to be catered for? That's talking about the plan. For example, we in Water Aid, we have supported Ikorodu North local government. Ikorodu North LCDA is the most rural part of Ikorodu LGA. We have supported that LCDA. We went to the field and we identified 178 water points in that LCDA alone that are not functional. So why are they not functional? There is no plan. There is no sustainability plan in place. Who are those that constructed that scheme? Some of them are, political, what do you call them? Constitutional, or what do you call them? Senatorial, schemes and all of those things. We just come, put them in place, and go. Just few weeks, it's dysfunctional. These are issues. So we are saying that what is the comprehensive plan that we want to put in place? It is not the ordinary man on the street that we do that. It is government that will come up with that plan. Unless that plan exists, even private partners, private sector cannot come in because they don't know what they are coming in to do. So we must prepare for them. We must be able to say this is the area we want the private sector to support. This is where we want the community to take ownership. Now, like I said, we supported the Ikorodu North LCDA to prepare the local investment plan, where we dissected every of the water schemes and how they can meet the water need of all the people. That document is with them. Will they implement it? It's another question. So these are issues that need to be taken care of. It is not, the person that is on the street does not even know about this plan I'm talking about. He doesn't have any idea. All he wants is water. Do you understand? They come up, all you want, how you will get the water for him or her, it's really none of their business. But because the United Nations has declared water and sanitation as universal human rights, it means a responsibility is placed on government to make sure that every person has access to water and sanitation. But unfortunately, it is not happening. Why is it not happening? There is no comprehensive plan to ensure that that happens.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll take you to the people who take the plans and didn't execute. Engineer Adefemi. Lagos, which you've been in Lagos for close to over 2 decades, so you know the in and out of the city. Over 22, or sometimes I say 25 million plus and counting because we are numbered. We don't even know but there's a daily need and on-the-spot demand for water and sanitation, and good hygiene practices in a mega city like Lagos. What are your day-to-day challenges that you face from the part of being an agency that is looking out to ensure that the end solution of waste fecal matter is clean when it gets out into, the open drains and all of that? What are some of the challenges that your office is managing with wastewater infrastructure? And what are some of the solutions that you currently have in place? I would also appreciate if you can put emphasis on some of the green solutions, sustainable solutions that you have, where we've moved away from the way we used to do things previously and align with the sustainable development goals and sustainability as a whole? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Undoubtedly, there are challenges in the sanitation sector of the state. And for a population like Lagos, 23 million, 24 million, and still growing, there are challenges. And one of the challenges that we have in Lagos State is a deficit of infrastructure, treatment infrastructure. For a megacity like Lagos, over 23 million people, we generate 2.21 million cubic meter cube of wastewater daily. And that is huge when compared to cities that have like maybe 5 million population. And everyone that is a resident of Lagos will generate wastewater at one point or the other. So the question is, how do we manage this wastewater? So the first challenge is that the septic tank and the soak-away pit system of use of collection of sewage in homes is about 98%. And as a state, we have realized that we need to move from that situation to a more contemporary means of treatment of wastewater. And as of now, we still use predominantly evacuation trucks that still move fecal sludge from the homes to our septage handling stations, where we handle the treatment of sewage. However, we have found out on our daily monitoring and our work that we have so many badly behaved residents in Lagos that will puncture their septic tanks into the drain rather than call an evacuator to come and evacuate to dispose properly at the septage treatment stations that we have. As of now, we have 5 fecal sludge handling stations, which is grossly inadequate, really. Because as the population increases, the need for infrastructure also increases. So there's opportunity thereof that we need to provide more infrastructure. We need the private sector to come and join us in this work. Government cannot do it alone. Budgetary allocation cannot do it alone. And that is why we are always clamoring that let PPP come on board, let private sector come on board. And we have a Mrs. Josbong group of companies that have come on board. We have signed an MOU with that company. And the company is for infrastructure development and to also upgrade some of our existing infrastructure that we have in place. We also have challenges of data, gathering data and evaluation of that data. And we have pockets of data that is being generated by sister agencies, government agencies, the private sector. And we need a clearinghouse where this data can come together. We can all observe the data together. We can evaluate. We can plan with that data. So that is another challenge in the sector. Another challenge is the bad behavior of some residents, as I've mentioned earlier. So there's a need for a lot of advocacy. There's a need of change of attitude. And we just need to do it right so that we can have better results, because there's a direct nexus between septage management or sanitation, managing well, and public health. So if we don't do it well, we keep on coming up with diseases like typhoid fever, dysentery, so many things. So there's a need for us to tap into these opportunities that we have. As I've said, infrastructure deficits are there. We need more public toilets. As of now in Lagos, we have 5% open defecation. That means that you have so many people. If you look at 5% of like 20 million people, you can know the kind of people, the amount of people that defecate openly. Somebody might say 5% is still small, but compared to a megacity Lagos, so there's a lot that can be done. So the private sector can come into provision of public toilets, You can advertise in your public toilets. I know that Coca-Cola does some public toilets and makes some adverts. And we have other, like Apic, so many companies that are joining hands with the Lagos State government to provide this infrastructure. And there's opportunity to also have fleet management. You know, you could come into buying of trucks where, because there's business just waiting to be evacuated, while government just gives the enabling environment, the right regulatory framework to have this business done. So there's opportunity in this sector. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still going to stay with you. Thank you very much for the insights you've shared. Particularly, you spoke about awareness and advocacy. And some people do not even know about Laswamo. I know about Laswamo because I'm an architect. So, and then I work at the intersection of some of my buildings. Maybe we have to do STPs and, you know, treatment plants, biodigesters. And then you have to get the certification. And then somebody's saying, oh, the effluent has to be treated. And then you're like, oh, there's an agency for that. A lot of people do not know. As an agency, how are you trying to get the word out there? Particularly, not even for this 5%. The people who are the professionals who use, water services. We're talking about the FMCG, the beverage companies, the buildings that use a lot of water. I think, if I must say, infrastructure and buildings are the highest users of water on a daily basis, aside from those who use it for production. What advocacy measures and strategies are you putting in place as an agency to get the word out there that the water that you use doesn't always have to end up in the drain? It can be gray water that can be reused. I mean, tell us.
Okay, well, for us on the part of our agency, from time to time we have town hall meetings with state and non-state actors. The last one we had was last month at Eco Hotels and Suites, where we brought together actors in the sanitation sector, where from time to time we discuss our strategies. We put advocacy out there to let them know what we're doing. And we're also very visible on social media. We're in the press. Sometimes we go on radio. We have our pamphlets. We do school advocacy because we also believe that from the schools, we have to catch them young. And from there, they can also propagate the message of wastewater management. And we also partner with MAN, Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. We, from time to time, go to their meetings to give advocacy. And we also partner with estate owners, hotel owners in Lagos State, mall owners, associations. So we are really, out in that space just to give the right advocacy and messages. And as some of you might know, the law of Lagos State mandates that any enclave or any property that has 50 population and above must access a permit for them to construct a wastewater treatment infrastructure. So you must submit such an a plan to the agency for us to evaluate and give the right permit to construct. And you also have buildings from 3 floors and above. You must also present your infrastructure plan, that what do you have in store for wastewater management, and that is part of what we do. So advocacy for us is something that we keep on doing and we will keep on doing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look forward to seeing more of your advocacy work. So I'll move on to Mr. Samuel. You are in the private sector, heavy use of water. Your company tops quite well when it comes to using water sustainably. Your plants, anyone who's visited your plants will know that you go through a rigorous process in trying to ensure that the products, your products they're made from the best. The best grade of water. So it's at the core of your business operations. What are the strategies that you have incorporated in ensuring that you meet with your water stewardship goals and initiatives as a company?
Okay, thank you. So like you rightfully mentioned, water is critical for us. And interestingly, water also, when you look at it, it's intertwines with health, public health, economy, the environment. You know, when you talk about how maybe wastewater is disposed, for example. For us, our mission 2025 for sustainability is, especially when it borders around water, is we have some objectives. Our water use ratio, for example, we plan to reduce by 20% to ensure that, especially in places where we operate that we've identified as risk areas, we try as much as possible not to use so much water, or to recycle when we use water before we put it back to the environment. And because of the fact that those places have been identified as risk areas, it's very important for us that those communities have access to water, not just have access to water, but water, that quality water. And that's part of the reasons why in 2023 we established about 6 wash facilities in 5 states. In Lagos, I think we have one in Oyigbo and Idumagbo. We have in Edo States, in Owerri, in Owerri. We have in Benin. We have in Kano, and we have in Maiduguri. And all these facilities are sort of like established after a needs assessment with the communities, and in some cases in a very close partnership to ensure that the facilities are maintained, and maintained in a way that allows people in those communities to have access to them. Having access means that they have to pay maybe a stipend for the upkeep of the facility, because if those facilities are operated at a premium, then you realize that it defeats the purpose for why they were established in the first place. So realizing how important water is, especially for the communities where we operate, is essentially the reason why we have invested so much and we continue to invest in those communities that we identified as risk areas, especially for water.
Thank you. But what about the areas that are without risk?
Oh, well, it's an ongoing process. And one other thing I should mention, even in places where we set up wash facilities, I can't say for a fact that we've cracked the code completely in terms of maybe the model of how we set up the wash facility. So it's an ongoing project, and at every point in time, there are opportunities for us to learn. So right now, we're starting out at where we operate, but definitely there are plans to expand to other communities as well.
Okay, we're looking forward to that. So, I mean, just to still stay with you, are there any technologies? I mean, we know that with water, we're talking about wastewater treatment. You are having to use potable water, treat it, and then use for other products. What kind of technological systems are you using? Any cutting-edge technology that you're using in order to ensure that your production process with water meets, improved standards, and of course, is hygienic to the end user?
Yeah, like you did rightfully mention, the processes that we have in place for how we use water is actually very stringent in terms of the fact that it goes through a very rigorous process from the very moment we source the water and before it even gets into production. And it's actually a cycle in the sense that that same water that comes back also goes through a very rigorous process also in terms of our effluents and how wastewater is managed. Interestingly, if you've gotten a chance to visit any of our plants, you would find that at the water treatment plants and at any embassy facility, we actually have a pond at the tail end of the process where the wastewater goes through that rigorous process of recycling, and then the tail end water is essentially fed into a pond, and that gives us the satisfaction to say if the aquatic life can survive under these conditions, then the water is safe enough to put back into the environment. So it's a very stringent set of processes and intricate systems that we have in place from the very moment water is assessed to how we use it and from when we even dispose of the water.
Okay, thank you. Engineer Defemi, so we know, I'm coming back to you. So there's this buzzword people use, resilience, and I like to put it simply. Resilience is the ability for something that has gone through, quote unquote, a form of shock to be able to bounce back. So that means it has gone through that process of something unexpected, and then we're looking at ways to ensure that it bounces back. So, looking at Lagos, We want to know what kind of strategies is maybe Laswamo or Lagos State, other sister agencies in the government, integrating for climate resilience around wastewater management practices so that we ensure that, we are at the risk of flooding, Lagos is below sea level, we keep dredging our waterways, we keep, packing it up with a lot of waste and all of that. So all of these things have ripple effects. What kind of strategies are you looking at in order to ensure that you're mitigating and you're addressing the bigger problem in the room, which is, of course, flooding and exposure to, climatic hazards?
Thank you very much. So the first thing that Lagos State has done is to establish a resilience office. So we call it the Lagos Resilience Office. And that office has been set up so that we, as a member of the C40 cities of the world, will take proactive steps into mitigating the effects of climate change. We as a state, coastal states for that matter, we understand that climate change is real and the effects are in our faces. One of it is flooding that so many of us will have observed over the years. We have saline intrusion in the coastal regions of the state. We have heat waves. We have increased rainfall. And of course, a large percentage of the state is of the high water table area. And so in that wise, as a state, we have a plan, a resilience plan in place. And we are also working towards it. As a state, we have infrastructures, drainage infrastructures that will take the issue of drainages, flooding out of the state and to mitigate against the issue of flooding. So that to a large extent, what we really observe is flash flooding, that we as a coastal state will not be submerged. And in terms of wastewater treatment and sanitation, so we have gone ahead to have a strategy that we must provide contemporary wastewater infrastructure treatment in place so that the issue of borehole proliferation will be a thing of the past. Because if you don't contain your sewage well, when flooding comes, everything seeps into the groundwater and will contaminate the groundwater. So we are not oblivious of that fact. And we also design our septic tanks for low water table area where it will be resilient to issue of flooding. So we're also looking at the standard of those treatment facilities, those infrastructure that we put in place. And we're also looking at putting in place cluster systems in Lagos State, where in regions or localities we'll have centralized or decentralized sewage systems in place where residents can just plug in and dispose their wastewater. So there's a lot of plan concerning resilience to issue of climate change, even in the water sector. Water production, Mr. Lao, Dr. Lao mentioned that there's no plan. There's actually a plan. There's water infrastructural plan in Lagos. However, we have competing other infrastructures that are competing with water. You have roads, you have energy, you have healthcare, you have education. Just one budget. So, and Lagos State government is trying so much. And the restructuring of the Lagos Water Corporation is what Mr. Governor has just put in place. In that agency, we, in the past, had so many moribund treatment infrastructure. Some of them are being rehabilitated now. We have upgrade of Adion, water works, supplying the major part of Lagos. So when those infrastructure are up now, we'll now see the effects of the infrastructural development that is going on. So we are really planning for resilience against climate change?
So, I mean, I was going to ask, are there any, just to support Dr. Alao, you have the plans. Are there any incentives from the government for people who do things right when it comes to WASH strategies? Any
Well,
incentives?
Well, yes, there are incentives. And one of the ways we're going in terms of water investments is to always open our doors to the private sector to come and invest in the sector. And we have a regulatory framework which gives an enabling environment for non-state actors to also invest. We have water vendors that sell, that produce water that sell. We have the private sector, bottled water, the sachet water. People are doing business in the water sector just to cushion the effects of the inadequacy of the public water supply in the state.
Okay, Dr. Lao, you want to add a thing or two about the incentives? I mean, how can we evolve? Because you are in the middle, you're like the middleman, and it's good you're in the middle. You're working with the private guys, you're working with government, you're working with the end user, you're working with the manufacturer. So how do we harmonize in order to ensure that, beyond your cost just being charitable, how can it become, a business case for people to understand the need and the importance of, this what strategies and implementations that we're talking about? And then how can the private sector actually key into the work? Because the private sector people who are listening online, who are joining us here today, and they want to know, how can we come in? What can we do? Mr. Samuel has told us that they have wash stations, which I think is highly inadequate for the population that we have. Please elaborate more on that, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just, first of all, my good friend, Engineer Difemi, we are talking generally, not specifically, Lagos State. I work with them, Lagos. Lagos has some level of plans, but again, there are a bit challenges, with those plans. But to address the question you asked, first of all, we must understand and realize that water is a social good. It's a social good because UN has declared it as a universal human right. So it's social. Nobody should be denied access to water on the account of either cannot afford it or it's not available. It's social. We must provide access to everyone. But having said that, we also must recognize that water is an economic good. People argue that, water that God has given us for free. Why are you asking me to pay? God has given us for free, but God has not put it on our table, or He has not brought it to our kitchen, or our bathroom, or wherever we need it. It is we that have to harness it, and harnessing it involves a cost. There is a cost that goes into harnessing water. Even if it is your private borehole, there is a cost that goes with it. So if at private level, there is a cost that goes with it, how much when you have to bring it to the public. So it is an economic good. No matter what we do, a cost has to be attached to it. Thirdly, it is also an environmental good. Environmental good in the sense that you must not, because you are harnessing water, destroy the environment. Because if you do, it will still come back to you. And you just asked questions about climate resilience, approaches, and everything. So we must consider that even in the process of harnessing for water, you must take care of the environment. You must be careful of the environment. Now, put all these three together, opportunities abound. Opportunities abound from the social point of view. There is what you call cross-subsidy. You use the high-income area order to subsidize for the low-income areas. The low-income areas too, they have to pay. For example, if you are charging, let me say, 1,000 naira per cubic meter of water in high-income area, you come to the low-income area and charge less, maybe 200, 300, which is affordable at that level, okay? Now, the middle income area, you also charge maybe 500, 600, 700 like that, just to make sure that everybody is able to afford it. Then, For every social service, there must be a level of subsidy that government has to pay because it's a social service, which means it is essential for life, and water is life. So we cannot deny people because they cannot afford it. So at a particular point in time, government must have to subsidize for water at any point. That's one. On the aspect of the private sector, now this is where I'm saying government needs to come up with a plan. Water supply is done like our petroleum sector, where you have the upper stream, the midstream, and the lower stream, or the downstream. Now, government needs to decide. The major challenge for water supply is actually at the upper stream, production. It is highly expensive to produce urban water, very expensive. If you need to, I mean, he's an engineer, he's in the water sector, we know what it costs to produce 1 cubic meter of water, you know, because of the heavy. Now, come to the middle stream, where you have to transport the water via pipeline networks, you know, to all segments of the city. You know what that means. Then before you come to the where you and I will now access it, use it at home and all of that. But so, government needs to decide, at what point do we need the private sector to come in? Is it to produce the water? We can sign an agreement with any private company and say, okay, what we need from you is just produce the water. You produce X amount of water, you get paid for it. How you will utilize it, how we transport it, don't bother about that. We will take care of that. That's an aspect that private sector can come in. We can also say, that, okay, don't worry, we will produce the water, you sell it and collect your revenue and charge X amount to government. All these are opportunities that are bound. And each of the opportunity that you utilize, there is advantage that comes with it. If you say at production level, let the private sector produce water, it relieves you of operation and maintenance at that level, which is highly expensive. So it is the private company that will be charged with that responsibility. There is the issue of power supply. Some of the water schemes, the major challenge they have there is power supply. Okay, so all of these challenges come with opportunities, and each opportunity also has its own advantage, but it has to be properly managed so that it can be effective.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I mean, the opportunities abound, but you need to ensure that they are properly managed in order to be able to tap into it. Another thing I was going to ask, I mean, why? Because your work also cuts across working with international organizations. I mean, somebody's here, they're listening, and they're like, okay, maybe water has some potential. Maybe it's something that I can really look at, or my business, I have a business case that aligns with water production or water safety, water hygiene, and all that. What international organizations or international civil societies are available that individuals can, collaborate with? I won't say government now because government knows, they know everything, but they can't do it all. But you, you are in that middle and then you are connecting everybody. What organizations are there that, we have the UN, obviously, doing a whole lot at different intersections. What other organizations align with working with water?
Well, because for WACEE', we for now operating in Nigeria, and we now have a Lagos office, which is a comparator state actually. The Lagos office is in charge of the entire Southwest Nigeria. So what we do is actually work through the civil society organizations. WACEE' is an international non-governmental organization. So one of our mandates is to work with civil society organizations, organize them in such a way that they can advocate, for improved wash service delivery, especially at community level where we have, the most vulnerable groups. And we also build their capacity for them to be able to do what you are talking about. Sensitize people, let people have knowledge about water. For now, we are talking about, like Lagos has about 70% access of basic water supply, not safely managed water supply. I think safely managed water supply for Lagos State is about 40%, which means out of about 22 to 23.5 million of people, only about 14% of that number have access to safely managed, that is the clean water that we are talking about. But about 70% of us have access to basic water, which is just water. You are not sure of the quality, you are not sure of all of that, So we use the civil society organization to do what we call water safety planning. That is, the water you take from its source, how do you ensure that it is clean right from the source to the point of usage? That is what is important. So we do build capacity along that line of water safety. We'll build capacity on HBC, what we call the hygiene behavior change. It talked about the behavior of people. Yes, you and I have our behaviors to the environment, to water, to sanitation. Those behaviors need to change, and we do build capacity on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to Mr. Samba now. Your company is a global leader. We know that it's not just a social responsibility for you, in as much as water, everybody would expect that water is, like Dr. Alawi had said, it's a social commodity. It has to be available for us. The UN has declared it. But also, it has to be financially viable for business. Because if it doesn't make a business case, I don't think we should be discussing it here. So what are the possible business strategies that you would recommend for companies? Taking it off what Dr. had just said, that are looking to invest in water, sanitation, hygiene strategies. What opportunities abound in this sector where people can look at financing models for their businesses along that value chain, where you're using water byproducts, similar products that have come up as a result of water?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. Like I did mention earlier,
I'm sorry, but if you have any examples that you can share with us of what you've done, it would be good, to be able to relate, particularly with this one.
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the models that we currently have, are still at the very nascent stages where we are learning from one state or one location to the other. I was going to talk about what we have in those states where we have more or less handed over a wash facility to, I think, the Aduawa cattle community, where it is more or less managed by the community itself. So the way the model is set up at the moment, in terms of financing and structure, it's more or less a CSR project for us, in the sense that it's a way to give back to the community. When we put those facilities together, as at the back of our mind, we want to be able to see that the facility can self-sustain for the next couple of years, not that we would necessarily invest so much money in setting up a wash facility. The one in Edo State, for example, is a 10-room toilet facility, taking cognizance of people that are disabled, even for gender. So there's some parts of it for women, some part of it for men. And it was, set up a wash committee of sorts, in conjunction, collaborating very closely with the community, and have certain people that are running these wash facilities to be able to, maintain the facilities over a period of time. So that's the model that we are currently running, and I think what we have in Edo State has been the most successful so far. In other places, you would find that you would encounter certain challenges where certain people in the community want to completely take ownership of it and start to charge at a premium, and at that point, it becomes a bit of a problem. So that's the reason why we are a bit more comfortable with what we have in Edo State and looking at replicating it in other locations. So for us now, it's more of a CSR initiative to give back to the community and allow them to empower themselves. Because when those people are running the facilities, they are essentially, economically empowered. Yeah.
Thank you. But I know that they're running it at they're paying out of pocket to do that. Are you looking to do it for free at any time?
Ask the question again.
The wash facilities, you had said that they pay a token for it. For
stipend, actually.
It's stipend,
yeah,
okay.
Stipend, yeah.
In order to be able to maintain it. When you move to communities where people cannot even afford to pay, how do you intend to manage it?
Oh, well, when you say can't afford to pay,
or culturally, it's also the cultural response of people to how they use some of all those facilities. Once they deem it as, or see it as a public facility, they're like, okay, it has to be free. So
Yes.
how do you intend to, wiggle around?
Well, we found that
situations like
in certain places, for example, there's even been a need for us to, execute like a behavioral change campaign to try to get people to see the value of the wash facility and, and things like that. So you're right, those kind of challenges do come up, but at the moment, the plan is to ensure that when we, hand over those wash facilities to the communities, the amounts that they charge is really small, that it allow or more or less encourage the community members to use them. And then the behavioral change campaign is also in one aspect trying to discourage people from open defecation and, making them see the reason why they need to use those facilities. Yeah.
As we wrap up this panel session, I wanted to go to Dr. Alawo. Are there any local solutions that people have developed that you're aware of that you want to share with us maybe in about 3 minutes? Maybe a case study that it's particularly interesting. Again, we have an audience, people listening, and they want to know how does this relate to me? Are there any local case studies that you can share with us, maybe as a result of your grassroots involvement that has been successful, and maybe you want to share with us?
Yeah, thank you very much. Talking about local and indigenous technology, particularly for water purification. Yes, we've had a couple of examples, that we have seen. There is a young student from Benue State University that developed a small cubicle with a pipe that can go. The pipe can go straight into the river and take water from there. Then it goes through the media, and then it comes out this way, and the water, is purified. You test it, and you see that it meets the standard, for water, for drinking water. So that's one. And inside the media, what he has there is just, carbonated, charcoal that they are put there in order to reduce the level of coliforms and purify the water. So that's one. At least it can produce like 20 liters of water, at a time. And 20 liters of water is just enough for a household at least to meet, the need at that level. We also have some students, I think from Lagos State here, yes, that actually developed, use moringa leaf, to purify water. It goes again through a process in the lab, and then the water becomes purified. This is also an innovation, that government can encourage these people locally. So at that level, it becomes cheaper to treat water, and it still, it still meets the standard for drinking. So, but as what we do in our water safety planning is also to do the localized filtration system, where you get the water maybe from a stream, you have to boil the water, allow it to settle by addition of a little alum so that it can sediment, and then you go through a clean handkerchief for cleaning, and then at that point it becomes safe for use. So we do also at that local level where, to use your word, that people cannot afford, these are the kind of training that we provide for them at that level. We have some organizations that are actually trying to partner with us that they can improve the situation at that very level, that very village level, so that they can also have access to clean water in them. Thank you.
Final question for Engineer Defemi. To quote the CEO on the water mandate in the UN, water is not just an environmental issue, it's a poverty and development issue, an economic issue, and of course, therefore, it has a business case. So I'd like you to tell us what opportunities exist for corporate investment, particularly as it aligns with your work, wastewater management. This is now a subset of water, as it were. And what kind of corporate investment people want to invest or work with the government? How can they harness it, whether through using clean energy measures or using different recovery processes? Please tell us, in a few minutes, what kind of investment opportunities abound in that area?
Okay, thank you. Well, the first thing that I've mentioned earlier is the provision of public toilets is still just waiting for investors to come and invest. And we have seen people make a lot of money through that stream of income. And the second one, while applying resilience strategy, climate resilience strategy, is for pump and pump makers, manufacturers, blower manufacturers, parts of wastewater treatment system that are energy efficient, can come into the sector. So many people have pumps that are energy consuming. So if you could supply pumps that will reduce my energy by perhaps 30%, people will be liking to take on your products to upgrade their infrastructure, parts in the infrastructure. And you also have opportunity for gas production through the use of the production of biogas from our systems. So if you have, you can harness cooking gas from those kind of infrastructure if properly put in place. And you could have a circular economy in that stream where your waste becomes a resource at the end of the day. At some of our plants, we're looking at retrofitting them so that the Lamata buses, our public transport, could start harnessing gas from our sludge, and that will be turned into operating some of our public buses. So we are looking at that at the research level with our sister agency, Lamata. And you also have consultancy works that you could come into the sector. This is a very green and growing sector where practitioners, engineers, architects like yourself, other practitioners, environmentalists can come for designs of infrastructure. And this is a business waiting for people to also harness. So there's a lot of stream of income in wastewater management. And of course, fleet management, I've said, you could provide trucks and you could come, you register your truck and you start, you hit the ground running. So there are diverse streams of income and investments in the wastewater sector of the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much to every one of our panelists. We're just going to take a question or two, if we have any question from the audience, before we take the closing remarks for the session. Anyone has a question? Okay, you just tell us your name, the organization that you represent. If there's any particular panelist you want to direct your question to, please mention as well. Can we pass the microphone to him, please?
Thank you. My name is Tunde Balogun. My question could be bilateral asymmetrical nature. It might not go straight to a particular person. Well, my own concerns are also to expansion on the WASH project. Because we're saying about water, is it correlative with sanitation and hygiene? Or is it just the water sector, that's all?
Okay. So the question is in the intersection between the three, water, sanitation, hygiene. So water, sanitation, hygiene. Anybody who wants to respond to that? Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. I think maybe I'm mostly better placed to answer the question as a WASH expert. Yes, water, sanitation, and hygiene, that's the acronym of WASH. That's what WASH means. And look at the correlation between the three of them. We look at SDG 6. It has SDG 6.1, increased access to safely managed water for all by 2030. Then if you come to 6.2, it talks about access to safely managed sanitation for all by 2030. There is a clause in 6.2. It says, with special interest to the needs of women and girls. And that is very important, and that's where hygiene comes in. So when you provide water, the water must be clean. And if you use sanitation facility, the hygiene need of women and girls must be taken care of. So in that line, at WaterAid, we promote what you call female-friendly toilets. How is it different from the ordinary toilet? It means that toilet is friendly to women. So if you enter into that toilet, everything a woman needs is available in that toilet, even if it is the period, her period, and she needs to change pad and all of those things. Those things are available in that toilet. That is what it means to safely manage sanitation with interest of women and girls' needs. So hygiene, we cannot be practicing hygiene without water. We talk about, hand washing at critical area, at critical time. And there are a few critical times that you must wash your hand with water and soap in order to maintain a healthy living. One of the first critical time is hand washing with soap and water before eating. In fact, after eating is not as critical as before. But if you look at our practices locally, if you've been, I'm sure you do enter Mama Put joints, all this, our eateries and all of that. Most time, people don't wash hands with soap until they finished eating. It is after eating you start asking for soap and water. What you do before you eat is what we call hand wetting. You just wetting the hand so that the eba or amala will not stick to your hand. That's what you do. But at that point, you have eaten the jams and everything with the food, because we have a greeting culture of handshaking. Almost every time we shake hands, with people. And when you shake hands, what you're doing biologically is that you are just exchanging germs between the two of you. So I carry the one from him, I transfer it to that person, I carry that one, it comes to me, and I want to eat. I don't have opportunity of washing my hand with soap and water, and I start eating amala. That is not a healthy hygiene practice. So we must take care. So that's the correlation between them. And we all know that during the time of COVID, emphasis was put on hygiene practices. Emphasis was put on hand washing with soap at critical time. So I believe that probably has answered your question. Not yet.
Microphone, please. Can we have the mic?
Oh.
WASH projects.
Oh, you are talking of WASH projects.
Yeah, examples of projects that have incorporated the three parameters:
okay,
water, sanitation, and hygiene.
I understand what you mean. Okay, so we do comprehensive WASH facility construction. If you go to schools that we have intervened in Ikorodu North, I can give you the example of Isiwu Junior Grammar School. It's comprehensive. When we intervened, there was a dilapidated toilet there, and the water facility was not functional. So we had to rehabilitate the toilet and rehabilitate the water system as well, and put in hygiene needs. So hand washing facilities were provided, the toilets were provided, and the water is also available. So it's comprehensive. That is at institutional level, that is in schools or in healthcare facilities. That is what we make it comprehensive. But if it is at community level, we provide only the water facility, because at community level, the aspect of sanitation and hygiene is at household level, is at home level. But at school, we must make it comprehensive. At health facility, we must make it comprehensive. At public places like motor parks and markets, we must make it comprehensive. That answers the question. Thank you very much.
I mean, I was just going to add that what you said is it's the scale, it would happen at different scales and at different levels depending on how you want to, imbibe it in. If you're doing a one bed or maybe a small house, the strategies you would look at will be different from someone who is developing a Coca-Cola, for instance, because you have to look at it over that value chain and what their business production processes. Are there any other questions before we take the closing remarks? Okay, we have another question in the room. Mike, okay.
Okay, my name is Sunday, project manager with AHK Nigeria. And then when we speak to the business case and economic case of WASH, invariably we speak of the investment part of it. And then investment invariably means bringing money. And if I bring money, I might expect to make profit. Now, when you go to water financialization, there is this dilemma of should water be available but expensive, and also, or maybe available but not clean, but less expensive or not expensive, especially considering that Nigeria about our low income nature. So if we are caught in the middle between these two, I want to ask, where do we, or which one are we probably going to go for? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manuel. Who wants to answer that? I think it still goes to Dr.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Again, I'll go back to the opening remark that I made, which is about planning. It is effective planning that can answer your question, because I said earlier also that different area deserves or we need different business models. For example, let's take Lekki for example. The business model that can work in Lekki will not work in Ajegunle. Sorry to mention this, but those are the obvious facts. In areas like Lekki, we probably can sell water at 1,000 naira per cubic meter. But when you get to Ajegunle, you cannot sell it at that rate because nobody will buy it. All right? So, but they need it. So you must lower the cost at that, such areas in order for you to, for them to meet their water needs. And government has the responsibility of providing that water. Okay? Now, talking about, again, the business, there must be a business case for every model. That business case, we talk about profitability. And that is what becomes of interest to the private sector. We've had, I give you an example. We had a project we did in a community called Umabo in Isuka area in Enugu State. Okay? We built the water facility, and because they have to maintain it, we have to mobilize the community. We have to sensitize them that it cannot go for free. You have to pay as you buy. So what we did is to introduce what you call a kiosk model. And what do you do at a kiosk? You buy items, okay? So we trained a kiosk manager, which was given to us by the community, and she stays inside the cubicle. The taps are outside, but you cannot operate it from outside except the person inside operates it for you. And she can only open it for you if you have paid. Okay? And the committee decided on how much they will be paying on 20 liters of water. Now, this is clean water, treated, you understand? And it's safe for them. And they were doing it. It became a very big business. In fact, I think in about 6 months, they've realized over 3 million naira, for selling water at community level. And then the town union saw that, oh, this is big business. And they were asking the community WASHCOM, the Water Consumer Association that we set up, to be managing it. And then the town union said, no, you must bring this money to us. We want to develop our community. So it's a business. So what you are getting from water is now going to even develop the community. I also have a case of a community still in the same Enugu State that from water, they were able to build a small dispensary, where they could dispense some drugs and everything. When UNICEF saw their effort, they decided to turn that place to a maternity center, for them. So there are a lot of models that you can adopt at different level, and profitability, comes with it. But like I said earlier, it must be well managed. Otherwise, it will not work. Don't know if I answer your question. Thank you.
Yeah, it needs to be well managed. I mean, management, when you get the data, you get the metrics, the demographics and the sample set, so to say, of the people that you want to address and solve their water problems or their wash problems, and then you're not able to provide solutions along that line. Just in 1 minute each, we'd like to get our closing remarks. What would we propose as a public-private private collaboration in order to ensure that we practice WASH, or we implement WASH strategies safely in Nigeria, and we reduce the challenges, to the barest minimum as much as possible. I'll start from Mr. Samuel, Dr. Alau, and then Engineer Defemi.
Okay, thank you. So it's been an eye-opener being part of this panel. I've learned a lot on myself. I think there's a lot of opportunity. You said we're doing so much, but we barely scratched the surface as a case will be. There's definitely a lot more that needs to be done. And I think if we have a framework that allows for us to do more, then definitely we'll do more. We also are looking at the government for a bit more incentives to allow public-private partnerships to sort of strive in that sector. So for me, I think there's definitely an opportunity. We have started on the journey and intend to go a bit more, but are asking that a bit more is done in terms of ensuring that there's a framework that allows active participation from the private sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I will challenge our government. Apart from challenging the government to have a very comprehensive plan to develop the sector, that's water, sanitation, and hygiene sector. Apart from that, we also encourage our government to open up the space for private sector investment. Now, to open up the space means government will have to show it and say, private sector, these are areas that we want you to intervene. We cannot just leave it and say, we need private sector to come in. Where do you want them to come in? What do you want them to do? How do you want them to do it? This must have to be taken to the private sector. The private sector wants to make money, and opportunities of making the money about for the entire circular, of sanitation, right from your capture to the point of treatment and reuse. A lot of opportunities abound there. So we need to look at what happens at each stage of the chain and develop a strategy of how that stage can be improved and how we can finance that stage. One of the challenge areas is the area of movement, transportation. We have people informally that are evacuating sludge and taking to treatment plants. Some don't take it to treatment plants, they deposit it somewhere else. Can we look at that stage? Can we devise a strategy of how the private sector that can provide the financing, give them, let the government guarantee them, and then they can acquire vehicles. We heard that the whole of Lagos, they have about 300 of those vacuum trucks. That 300 vacuum trucks for the entire Lagos is not adequate, but they cannot buy more. So can we have a strategy that private sector can finance them to acquire more vehicles so that they can operate more? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For us as a state actor, one of our strategy hinges on 4 pillars. The first one being improved infrastructural development. The second one is enhanced regulatory framework. The third one, improved service delivery. And the fourth one is enhanced environmental and financing strategy. So for us, we have a focus. And in the next 5 years, that is what we're focusing on in the sector. And we have a strategic action plan, 2025 till 2030. And in unveiling that plan, we are focused to achieving that plan through budgetary funding, through private sector participation, and through partnership with developing partners. So there are opportunities waiting to be tapped into in this sector. And as we work towards achieving SDG Goal 6 by 2030, I believe that all of us must come on board and make Lagos State a livable city, a better livable city to behold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists this evening. WASH is just not an humanitarian concern. It obviously has a lot of investment opportunity in it. And as we've heard, each and every one of our panelists has elaborated on the opportunities that are bound for making it a business case, an investment opportunity, solutions that are possible. And I'm sure that, I mean, they're here, they will be in the room, you can meet up with them and take the conversation further. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Thank you to the United Nations Global Compact Network for having us on this session. And thank you to the West African Clean Energy and Environment Conference organizers for bringing this insightful discussion forward. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, those that are here with us this afternoon, please can we give a round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. I believe to a very large extent this fantastic topic has been dealt on exhaustively. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, please, can we have pictures? Thank you. Can we have pictures? All right. And then after the pictures, we would be having company presentations would follow through after the pictures. All right, so please, I like management staff of ONTA Austra. Please, can you get ready? All right, so we'll be having the company presentation back to back. Once ONTA is done, we would have Osberger come up stage as well. And then afterwards, Zoom Lion would do the final presentation. All right, please, do I have representatives from ONTA? Please, can you step up stage? Thank you very much. Do we have them here? Okay. Can we please have, thank you. Can we please have representatives from ONTA, please? Thank you. I need the organizers to please help us notify those at the stand. Those from ONTA, please, can you come up stage? Thank you for your company presentation. Thank you very much. All right, if we have persons that are still yes, please come. Thank you. Come. Thank you very much. All right, so please, I want to plead with those that are not at the side event. If you know you're not at the side event, peradventure you are at any of the boats, please, can you join us for this last section, and then so we can call it a day. Thank you very much. And then I'm sure that you know that by tomorrow, you would have more enlightening section. So please do well to be here tomorrow. All right, for a very amazing one. You're welcome, sir.
May I ask the lady that has my presentation on the USB stick to come forward? Okay, because otherwise. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to present my company, Shredding Technology, to you. Shredding Technology is an Austrian company, and I will give you some information what we are doing. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is a video, so I think you have to click again. I don't know if you have sound. If you don't have sound, so basically, it gives you a little bit of a view of our company, some part of the facility in Austria. This is filmed in our headquarters. This is the customer. And as you can see, we make mobile shredders as well as stationary shredders. And the application I will mention later on is very broad spectrum of material that we will shred with our company, with our shredders. I don't think we have sound, do we? Okay, unfortunately we don't have sound, but just gives you a little idea of what the company looks like in Austria. Always those technical problems.
Ideas and technologies developed when people...
Let's try it again. You have to, oh, yes. Perfect.
With ideas and technologies developed when people and challenges collide. True to our vision of a sustainable distribution of resources, we always think one step ahead. As the leading provider of industrial shredding solutions, we actively shape the future by changing the environmental industry. This is what we have been doing for the last 50 years. Every material is different, and every
Click one more time, please. The company was created about 50 years ago, and it is one of the best practice situation which I want to explain. Mr. Hasenbichler was owner of a Spar store. You know Spar? Spar is also a grocery store here in Nigeria. Spar originated in Salzburg in Austria, and this gentleman who had this store, he had so many boxes and pallets that he needed to get them small because they would take too much space. And so he came to his friend, next click please, Mr. Unterwurzacher. And Mr. Unterwurzacher had a 7-person shop where he was asked to make a shredder to shred the material, the boxes, the pallets. And so Mr. Unterwurzacher started the first shredder in 1981. And later on, he even got a patent on the first 4-shaft shredder in 1983. The picture is interesting because it shows the shilling notes. Before the euro came, we used shilling notes in Austria, and the Austrian National Bank came to destroy the notes to exchange it with euros. So let's continue. And out of this friendship with Mr. Unterwurzacher and Hasenbichler, next click please, they both founded the company Unta. So just a little nice best practice story. Out of a need, an idea was born, and for 50 years now, the company is producing shredders. What do I want to talk about? First, I want to talk about the overview of Unta today, the reasons why shredding material is important. I want to give you some materials that you can shred and our solution as well as our references that we can offer you. So Unta, as I mentioned, founded in 1970, the first shredder built in 1983. Headquarter in Kuchel. Kuchel is 20 kilometers south of the city of Salzburg in Austria. We have now a little bit more than 300 employees. The company is growing very, very fast because there's quite a need of shredders worldwide. The turnover in 2022 was 80 million euros. I think 23 was around 90 million euros. It's still a family-run business, which is always of course. We have 2 R&D centers, one for the mechanic part, one for the electronic part, and more than 80% of the mechanical manufacturing is done in-house in our headquarters in Austria. So that's a very high percentage, and we are fond of this because this way we really can say it's made in Austria, not made anywhere. It's made in Austria, Austrian quality. We have more than 40 sales and service partners worldwide. So really worldwide, from Australia, Asia, Africa, America, and Europe, of course. And our subsidiaries are in Germany, Poland, USA, in the UK, and just since last year in Turkey as well. Our expertise is in different fields, particularly in wood shredding, in waste processing, in data document and material destruction, very much in recycling or special application, and in production of RDFS, so substitute fuel. Special application is hazardous waste, like hospitalization waste, batteries, organic waste, and many more. Recycling, plastic, packaging material, paper, metals, electronic material, hard drives, for example. Data document and material destruction, you know, after a certain time, you need to destroy your files. Each office needs to get rid of documents that are older than a certain amount of years, and they need to be destroyed in such a way that they cannot be put together, that they are not readable anymore. Our shredders can do this. Reasons why to shred. There is a few reasons. first of all, legal requirements. Like in Europe, we have a much stricter legal system in demand of waste. For example, in 2009, the governments in Europe made the decision that a waste treatment company is not allowed to store waste on their property untreated. That means that waste needs to be treated, then it can be stored, treated in a way that it is being recycled. So because of legal reasons, there's a need to shred the material. Another is like economic reasons, shredding direct economic advantages for the companies. For example, if you have big materials like aluminum profiles, you need to shred them so you'll be able to transport them, because if you have the big volume of profiles, it wouldn't fit as much into a truck than if you shred it. So it's a direct economic reason. And an indirect economic reason is for protection. So when you have a lot of companies are being copied, brand copies. So if you find a lot of those brand copies, you need to destroy it so that you protect the particular brand, or avoid gray market. And hard drive destruction, also important. If you want to destroy a hard drive so that nobody can read it anymore, you send it through the shredder, and definitely nobody will be able to read the data on the hard drive anymore. Materials you can shred: wood, commercial industrial waste, medical hazardous waste, wood bulky waste, organic waste, pellets, MSW, so household waste, plastics. What else? Then we can offer shredders for metal, for paper and cardboard, tires and rubber, hard drives, files and data, pulp ropes. We have textiles and mattresses and brand destruction, as I mentioned before. So what's important is waste is value. We can, with our shredder, we can turn waste into value. How? Very simple. First of all, we shred the material so it can be sorted, it can be it can be sorted, it can be selected, and now you can see what you can do with the material. You can mechanically treat it, means you can recycle it. Recycling is always value. Or you can use it for thermal destruction, for incineration. How can we do this? You see here two types of shredders that we can offer. One is a single shaft shredder, and the other is a 4-shaft shredder. As I mentioned, our owner, he got the patent on the 4-shaft shredders when he started with the company. AF, alternative fuel, secondary fuel, RDF, SRF, all these names, all those abbreviations for one thing: fuel or waste to energy. So, for example, if you have MSW or CNI waste, its combustible material can be selected out of it. We can make RDF out of this fuel, or even SRF. So we define two things: RDF, like material around 80 millimeter, 60 millimeter, 70 millimeter, which can be used in the cement industry for the calciner, or 100 millimeter for like a waste to energy plant. And SRF is used in the cement companies, in the main burner, going down to about 20 millimeter, 20 to 30 millimeter, and it is used in the main burner. The main burner has temperatures, normally temperatures around 2000 degrees Celsius, and the material is blown into the burner, so it must be light, so it can be blown into the burner, and it must be of high calorific value, otherwise the main burner would never achieve the 2000 degrees Celsius. Just to give you an idea what calorific value is possible of RDF and SRF, so for a high calorific fraction we can use in the combustion for like a waste to energy plant. We have RDF, refuse derived fuel, in the calcine in the cement industry, and SRF, solid recovered fuel, in the main burner in the cement industry. And if you look here, Brown coal has a calorific value of about 13.5 megajoule. And if you look here on the side for the SRF, we talk about 18. So we are, sorry. So it says 18,000 kilocalorie. So we see we are not far away from the calorific value of coal. Therefore, using waste as fuel is makes a lot of sense, because this way I get rid of the fuel, of the waste, sorry, and I get a very decent price on the fuel. Here we have a plant with two of our shredders. Basically, we have a pre-shredder. We bring the material down to approximately 100 to 150 millimeters, which allows the separation and the sorting of the material. So we can take out the metals, the ferrous metals out of the material, and the non-ferrous metals as well with a eddy current separator. And then we go to the screening and so on till to the end we get to the post-shredder, where we finally make the SIF around 20 to 30 millimeters. But it's also possible to do a single-step operation if you have a clean commercial industrial waste where you have no organic waste inside. You don't need to get the organic waste out. You can use this commercial industrial waste in a single step to bring it down to a size that can be used for RDF or SRF. Yeah, this is just a comparison between the two systems. I think we can jump over this. Go to the next slide, please. There's some of the references that we have here. I want to show, yeah. We have some of the cement companies worldwide that use our shredders for producing RDF, SIF, so energy. That's what I said, we make money with waste. We make energy out of waste. So some of these companies are probably familiar here. I guess Geocycle is familiar because there is a division here in Nigeria. Maybe Cemex is known, Renova. So we have references in a lot of cement companies worldwide already. Here is a video of a shredder of us that makes CNI. This shredder is located in Austria, and it produces calciner fuel with one of our shredders. manufacturer of shredders can save from their machines. So you see the steel, and this is valuable material. You can recycle the steel, and particularly in times when raw material is expensive. 0.95 tons of tires are required to substitute 1 ton of coal. So we are really close to coal. Our recommendation is our XR, depending on what kind of application you have, what kind of requirements you have, we can offer 3 cutting systems. Go to the next page, please. So for small shredding, pre-shredding, we have our ripper cutter for single-step shredding or secondary shredding, even for the tires. And the 2 shredders that we saw in the videos, we use the cutter, and for the small output, like for the main burner in the cement company, we use the X cutter, the secondary shredding, going up to maximum 145 RPM, maximum 85 on the cutter, maximum 35 on the pre-shredder. We are one company that works with low-speed shredders. The advantage of low-speed shredders basically is we have less damage when there's an unshredded item is in the machine. We have less noise. We have less fine fraction and less dust, of course. So those are 4 main features that we achieve with a low-speed shredder versus a high-speed shredder. We also have references on the 4-shaft shredder. This is 4 examples where we have customers that run our 4-shaft shredders. Which shredder is the best for you? We only can tell you if you tell us your requirements. You can tell me when you tell me the material you're running, when you tell me what throughput you're acquiring, and when you tell me what output size you're acquiring. Here's a video on a 4-shaft shredder, how the 4-shaft shredder works. Let's look at the video, please. So in this case, the first sample was cans, aluminum cans, for example. If you recycle aluminum, did you know that you save 80% electricity versus new aluminum? So if you recycle aluminum, you save 80% of the electricity. So if somebody has old shoes, we can shred them as well. Electronic scrap, computers. Very important because you can recycle the material that is in electronic scrap. There's very, very much valuable material in electronic scrap. And of course, I mentioned before the data destruction. So I don't think that anybody can read the files after this has gone through our machine. Here's some clients, a list of clients, but it's only a little amount of customers that we can refer to. If I write down every customer, then probably we have another 4, 5, 6 of those slides here. So I want to save you the time, and let's go to the last page. Actually, the last one, I have to, one more, please. For some reason, it jumps it over. Sorry for this. I made this presentation for the Indian delegation in Austria last year, and I took it out of the presentation, but it still shows the slides. So we can actually go to the last page, please. There's another installation with a 4-shaft shredder. Let's go to the next page. No, one more, please, one more. Thank you for your attention. Yes, I'm really thankful for having the opportunity to talk about my company Shredding Technology to you, and I would be very thankful if I can say that the next 1 year, 2 years, we can show a machine here standing in Nigeria, producing here in Nigeria, maybe RDF, SRF for one of the companies here.
One more time, please, a round of applause for Hunter, please. Thank you. Thank you. As one of our major partners, thank you so much. All right, so I expect that those of us that made our time to be here today, I get to see your faces tomorrow. All right. I believe today has been an insightful one for those that are still here with us. Am I correct? Fantastic. All right, please, if you know that you had a good time and you were able to widen your horizon, please put your hands together for yourselves, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. All right, distinguished guests, excellencies, I'd like to finally bring this summit to a close today for day one. I'd like to bring on stage, please, finally, for the closing remark. One more time, can we appreciate and put our hands together for Mr. Sunday, or the project manager, Energy and Environment Competence Center, AHK, Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him.
All right. On behalf of the delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria, I'm standing here to appreciate every one of us for your time, your patience, your effort, and everything. We say thank you very much in that regard. And hopefully, WACEE continues tomorrow, day 2. And of course, tomorrow as today will be very insightful because we'll be dwelling on energy proper. All right, we've had the talks, we've deliberated, we've had a good time. It's now time for action. We hope that we are going to be able to implement whatever we've learned here today in the circular economy and water sectors for a better Nigeria, for a better West Africa, and of course for a better world. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time.